hopefully this is working again. Let's see. People might need to refresh. I might need to refresh. Let's see. Looks like we're live again. Ah, we back. Great. Thank you. I don't know whether you prefer Lewis or Dell, but yeah, thanks for that. I hadn't even noticed it had gone down, so cheers. Next priority is actually going to be our large spice refiner. But I do want to get that money out of Aero. So we need a lot of plast, a lot of silicon, and a lot of spice. It's going to be spice and plast we're going to focus on. The other bits we can kind of do a bit closer to the time, as it were. Because we're just interested in picking up Solaris, we're going to take the Scout, and we're going to hit Aero. Yes, thank you for following. I do appreciate that. I think I had some... Yeah, yourself and Lucky Leave and Tobias. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. I hopefully making affiliate after this stream. Who knows? We'll see how it goes. And if I do make affiliate, I will endeavour to actually have a proper schedule. Probably while we're playing Dune, it'll be Tuesdays at least when they have the wipe and we do a new build, so we'll have a build day. And maybe something at the weekend when there's more folks around. But we'll see. For now, we're just focusing on trying to get everything built with 0 materials from Hagga Basin, which is not easy. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. Let's start from A9. And we do want to hit Rex this time as well. I think there's actually one here. Let's see. Oh, I guess I should probably have a doodad up. And by doodad, I mean map. Yeah, so we have got 2 Rex out here on the A9 square. I'm going to kind of gauge how worth they are in terms of the money. As I say, we need 52,000 Solaris to buy out the trader. I have had maybe 2 in the last week, where 2 issues where I've crashed to desktop. It's actually been more in the last week than ever before. It's pretty uncommon for it to do it to me. The most likely causes when it's happened to me have been when I've been doing siege hopping, so going into Hagga Basin in my home siege, going and checking for crash ships, logging to the menu, going into another siege, rinse and repeating, and because I'm hopping between sieges very often, it can cause issues, including logging you back into one siege and leaving your Thopter in another one, which is interesting. Especially because the icon appears in the siege you're in, but actually the Thopter's in another siege. But that's a completely separate issue. Oh, nice. We're up to... Oh, no, I think we're up to 68, actually, Welly, but we're almost at the nice number. And I appreciate everyone that turns out to come and watch me do a bit of duning. It's pretty chill, pretty relaxing. We have a server that doesn't do a lot of PvP, especially in the air. I did do a bit of PvP earlier off stream, but it's pretty rare to find anyone even out in PvP land. That will become less common when we get to the forced server merges. But I think Funcom are just going to see how players choose to congregate in terms of where they cluster around, which servers, which sieges, once character transfer is available. The end game is kind of not really there, but I don't know if you caught any of the stream from Funcom yesterday. There is most definitely an end game coming, which is going to include instance dungeons at scalable difficulty with group size, which is great for the PvP co-op fans. And I prefer PvE to PvP, but I do like the ground PvP as well, so that would be interesting. I think we could potentially see the Deep Desert revert back to its original inception shortly after the release of Chapter 3 even, because that actually gives the PvE players something to do. I think it will be dependent upon how easily accessible spice resources are, because Melange is going to be kind of pivotal to the what's the word? The new upgrade progression system is going to require Spice Melange to actually use. So if realistically you can only harvest a decent amount of spice out in PvP land, yes, it's going to encourage more PvP, but it's also going to kind of lock out those people that prefer the PvE. So we'll see. I'm sure it will go through various iterations. Just say hello to Breeder. Shield on, engaging shields. Do you think he's turning his shields on? There are some great things coming in the next chapter, which I am most definitely looking forward to. And those are a dual short blade, which looks epic. Definitely up my alley. There's changes to the rapier to make it actually much more like a fencing sort of thing, where it has an attack which also parries, which looks interesting. So it's kind of defense offense, which I like. That's an interesting concept. Kind of running around all the way here because we want to get all the Solaris we can. So that looked interesting, but mostly those dual daggers. Those dual daggers look great. I'm going to be enjoying the heck out of those. I do wonder whether it's going to make the single dagger a little bit redundant, because they just look like this, but better. Oh, yeah, look at that. It has. Let me see if I can restart that. Thank you. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. This one. And hopefully that will work. Let me have a quick look. Nope, it's still struggling. Oh, there we are. I'm back. Thank you for that. Yes, the dual blades look great. Lots of damage. Double piercing through shields. It speeds up the more you attack. It's very much a solo target thing, but that's kind of my jam anyway. So hopefully a new toys to play with, which would be great. The dungeon system looks interesting. There are 3 different variants, so poison, electric, and dark. Oh, and fire, so 4, sorry. Maybe more. I think it's just 4. I do wonder whether that's going to be like a copy pasta of the same dungeon, but different elements in it. Though the layout will be the same, but the challenges will be slightly different, including the bosses. They did say the difficulty goes all the way up to 100, or 99 rather. And the last game that I played... Hey, welcome back. The last game that I played of theirs, which had a scaling difficulty like that, is Secret World. And that has a scenario which you can do, which essentially it goes higher than it's possible to clear. And that gets really tricky after you get to 55 plus. So it'll be interesting if they've scaled the difficulty of these dungeons with the intention of people doing them, or with the intention of them just scaling to beyond what people can cope with. It is a way to make use of your augments, which are getting introduced with the new update. So the idea is you would do a dungeon, you would get access to better augments, which would enable you to clear higher dungeons. So you kind of ladder up that way. I think, like, I totally get the durability system, but if you're going to put RNG into crafting in terms of stats, and then also put durability on the thing which you're... Oh, bye. His people needed him. If you're going to put durability into things which you're grinding, which you can only make a limited number of, and yeah, it's just... It's a lot of potential grind for those that want good stuff, and then they're probably not even going to use it because it's going to wear out. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. I'm going to try not to be too precious about anything when that comes around, and we'll just make and use what we have as much as we can. We'll drop those for someone. So yeah, 55 plus on OD. Yeah, so it is difficult. It's doable. The biggest problem with occult defense on Secret World at higher levels is because the game is so old, it isn't really designed to work with the current hardware that we have. And so you get really horrible kind of lag situations. What you have to do is you have to actually cap your own FPS in order to prevent that from happening entirely. And that comes with its own problems. But yes, it's doable. I think there are leaderboards for it. I think the highest anyone's ever got is like 65. I think I've done 55, maybe. I can't remember. I'll be on the leaderboard somewhere as Chemish. But yeah, it's a good idea to introduce scaling difficulty stuff. They're also reworking the combat system, which kind of needed it. They're going to be introducing a different stamina management. So if I dodge without any pressure being applied to me, it's going to cost a certain amount of stamina. If I dodge because I've been staggered through being struck a few times, that's going to cost a little bit more. And then if I dodge out of a skill activated stun, that's going to cost the most. So it'll be interesting to see how things work. I'm kind of hoping that melee will be viable again, because at the moment, if you put your weapon away and just keep moving away from somebody that's trying to kill you with melee, it's extremely difficult. Now, you'll see loads of videos online of people going, oh, it's impossible to kill me. Going, well, put you in front of me and we'll see how that works. You definitely can take people down that are just trying to evade, but if they're trying to run away, like get out of the fight rather than just stop you from hitting them in the fight, they can get away. If they're not getting away to reset their stamina, you absolutely can take them down with melee. And I do regularly. What happens most of the time, of course, is people just panic and spam their stamina and run out very quickly. So this is mostly for money. If we, excuse me, if we find bits of the assault that we could have used, I'm going to be slightly sad panda-faced, but yeah, it is what it is. We're here for the money now. Show me the money. And we'll also fill our water flask while we're here. I'm just going to have a quick peek and see what leaderboards. Let's have a look. Stonehenge, not completed. Highest wave. 52 looks like was the highest that I did. Oh, I'd done higher, but yeah. The absolute highest wave in OD finished is actually 61, so it wasn't a million miles off it. But the most challenging thing about the higher waves of OD is actually the limitations of the coding framework working with modern hardware. Do we want this? Odds is still good enough. So we'll do, I'm going to try and avoid looking at our cache until we've done a full clear of the station, so that I can kind of gauge how many times we're going to have to clear everything in order to afford some bits from Arakeen. Let's see. Oh. Let's also put some speedrunny stuff on skills. I'll keep the weirding step on just because we are going to be hitting PvP territory, so if we do meet anybody that wants to clash blades, then we're kind of somewhat prepared. Right, our next wreck is in A7 here-ish. So this will be a complete clear of all points of interest in A-Ray. Like I say, just to get money. I want to see how much we make in one run. I suspect it's going to be about 26k-ish, give or take. Which means we'll need 2 complete runs to buy out one of the vendors. So we'll do 4 runs before tomorrow. I won't say I'll do them all on stream, because I think we'll probably just do one now, maybe one towards the end. They did remove Solaris from everything outside of Aero, which, yeah, I don't know that I agree with that, but I guess it's because they wanted them to hit players to do other stuff, other content. And it encourages people to play more in Hagga Basin and do these Aero things, like there's actually a reason to do it. Realistically, most people have already acquired quite a lot of Solaris. Like I have, I have plenty. I have 7.6 million, but I only want to use the money that we've gained out here in the deep desert to make purchases as part of the challenge. And for those of you that think 7.6 million is a lot, I have several friends that have over 500 million. All gained legitimately as well, just through trading. Well, you could say legitimately, but there have been Solaris dupers, and they did sell things on the auction house for crazy money. And I suspect that crazy money came from people that were exploiting, but who knows. Why can't I see this wreck? Oh, because I'm right over it. Dingus. Right, here we go. Been so long since I've done these, I kind of don't even recognize the layouts. I hear voices. So I think the key for this is actually out the front, if memory serves. Hello? Goodbye? Alright, let's clear all this crap out of the way. I think it's hidden inside a pile of trash. Out the front. This just completely jams up your inventory. I mean, partly that's because I'm using the top-end cut array, so it's the most efficient of mining whatever you're mining, which, when it's garbage, means you get extra garbage. Oh, there it is. You can just make a basic level cut array, which will minimize that. I just don't, because I can't be bothered. We don't want any of these. What was that? Definitely don't want that. Ooh. We'll just have to see. If that can turn into diamantine dust, then that's another reason to be hitting this. I haven't been paying the strictest of attention to what's broken down into it, and I probably should, just so that I've got a mental note of what we should be picking up. I just know it's blades, and it's not swords. Swords give carbine scraps, which actually we do need as well. So yeah, basically any bladed weapon, recycle those. They give rare components which can be used in the fabrication of vehicles. Excuse me, get my sippy sip on, some fizz. Fun free cola. Or Coke Zero as it's called in the UK. It's marginally better than the standard liquid tooth shortener. Right, so let me consult the map. Actually nothing in A6, interesting. So straight into the station on sorry, nothing in E7, E6, E5 station and a wreck. Cool. It'll be interesting to see what the org system is like. I suspect doing like dungeons, probably even up to difficulty 10, is probably going to be pretty manageable with the kind of loadout you might be running around with anyway. I suspect what's going to happen as you start to get to the higher levels, you're probably going to need a specific loadout for doing those dungeons, and potentially a specific loadout for the type of dungeon as well. I guess we'll see a little bit closer to the time. Be interesting to see how they're going to handle it. I think some of that stuff is already on PTC, but I could be wrong. Like I have thought about, in fact I even applied to do some of the NDA testing, but wasn't picked to do that. But I don't have a massive pull to go and join their PTC servers because what makes it to live kind of makes me feel like a tester anyway sometimes, so yeah. And I do dutifully fill out bug reports when I find particularly broken stuff. Oh, there's a room here. I don't think I've ever been in here. No money? Won't say no. Pretty sure there's a chest in this corner too. Yeah, there is. Oh, I just noticed the running total. So, okay, so we're up to 11,000 already. That's pretty good. I heard someone say there's someone here. Ah, there we go. Ouch. Made me bleed my own blood. Interestingly, the NPC's drill shots seem to do a lot more damage than the player ones, even the T6 variants. Saturnine still suit. Honestly, I think this is the, like, if you like still suits, you like how they look, that is for me the best still suit in the game. Like, it only costs your aluminium to repair, which if you're not just doing a challenge meet like I am, is much easier than getting plast. It doesn't cost spice. It offers the best armor protection of any still suit outside of the Imperial one, which is much harder to get. It's just all round a good choice. Oh, crap, wrong way. So yeah, Saturnine. I think I may even go back to it after this set runs out. Yes, so the NPC drill shots seem to do more damage to me than player drill shots. And the A-row NPCs do some rather peculiar things. So the Vulcan cannons in A-row do way more damage to shields than the Vulcan cannons outside of Aero, which I think is probably wrong. You also have a more variability of mobs in Aero, so you'll get SMG mobs, you'll get dagger mobs, and neither of those are found in stations beyond Aero. So although they take less damage, some of them deal more damage. But I don't think their NPCs are equipped with weapons that function the same way player weapons do. I don't think they're subject to the same rule set. There should be a wreck here somewhere. There's one, but is there... Yeah, there should be one near the taxi here. There's the taxi. It should be like here. I should be on it. Ah, there it is. I use the same build in PvE as I do in PvP, so my loadout is Prana Bindu Stability, Center Mass just for the blade damage, Manipulate Instability for the more blade damage. I am a short blade specialist, so I use the short blade passive and the blade passive. We've got additional max health. We have, that's kind of it there. Retaliate, if I'm up against melee, is just brokenly strong. It's great. More passive blade damage. Reduce poise damage, so between this and Prana Bindu Stability, you can't be staggered by rockets. Crippling Strike, even with the nerf, has its uses. General Conditioning for max stamina. Optimized Hydration for more max stamina. Need Charge level 3 for the additional poise damage. We use Overcharge for maximum shield. I use Source of Power just for my las gun if I need to melt stuff like vehicles or buildings. What else have we got that's relevant? That's kind of it. Suspense of Blast because it's useful. The rest of them are all kind of durability loss stuff. So it's very much a melee focused build. Yeah, like, I don't like the fact that it does this, but I did some testing. The 20% blade damage here from center mass deals more than this on its own. So although this is instability damage, they do stack together, but this actually adds a better bonus. It's probably due to the way in which the math is kind of applied to it, like what stacks with what. But I do think it's a bit wrong. Like, I get center mass, how it works, like how it reads, but I kind of disagree with a trooper skill being one of the best things for a melee class. Like, that doesn't really feel in keeping. But hey, a number go up, right? So I use it. Yeah, it's very odd that a trooper skill would be so beneficial to melee, but it is. I think there's another chest out here somewhere, maybe. Maybe not. There was a guy, I can't remember his name, who did a lot of testing of all the skills, the actives and passives, and a lot of them didn't do what you expect. Quite a few of them didn't do anything at all, or not obviously, through his testing. So yeah, it doesn't always do what it says on the tin, I think, is the thing to go by. The testing that we did with even the passives, the short blade, these ones, short blade and blade damage, they didn't add up to provide the bonuses that they said they were going to according to any math that we could work out. Like, did it improve the damage? Yes. Did it improve it by a number that made sense? No, not at all. So there is oh, yeah, dagger mobs. Don't see those outside of Aero. We just couldn't get the math right. Like, it just didn't seem to add up. So there is an argument for not even going for those passives and going for some more like different techniques and active skills so that you can do a different variety of loadouts. Oops, almost left the money. Oh. Yeah, that was Saturnine. This set, not so great, so we'll just drop it on the floor in case anyone else needs it. Actually, no, we are going to take all the schematics, because after last night's stream, they said you can recycle schematics, so guess we're stockpiling those now. Right, next wreck. Station then wreck. But yeah, center mass is a weird one to have blade damage on. Like headshot down because body shot is higher, like shield damage, like all of that makes sense. And then they just tagged blade damage on it for some reason. Yes, so one of the things that they said in the live stream was that you can recycle old schematics for some sort of material which you'll be using for augments. Which is interesting. I was a bit disappointed to see that they were using spice for the new progression tree, and the reason that I was a bit disappointed was that there's been a number of people that currently don't actively play, but they stockpiled hundreds of thousands of melange, and they're just going to have such a significant advantage even coming back after months of not playing. But we'll see. I suspect the kind of daily cap, yes, in case it gives carbon scraps, I expect the daily cap of missions is actually going to be a limiting factor, but we'll see. I would imagine once you get quite deep into those skill trees, they're going to cost quite a lot of melange. And they estimated, and it is Funcom math, so who knows. They estimated it would take about a year to finish the new progression tree which they're bringing out. And obviously they'll be bringing out more new stuff before then. Yeah, we're done in this section. Yeah, the recycling schematics thing, like, it's interesting, but now I'm going to have to, well, not have to, now I'm going to store a whole load up, which means more storage space. But we do have the new container, so maybe I just fill one of those with schematics. I think it's got like, ooh, how many slots does it have? Let's have a look. New thing, vehicle, tier 6. 150 slots. You know what? I mean, it's good, but 150 schematics actually is not a huge amount. Yeah, after we finish this challenge week, certainly as part of the pack down, which will be probably on Monday, I'll be ferrying everything that we've made out here in the deep desert back to Hagga, so we can have a look there. My main base currently isn't hugely imaginative. I did have this, like, I jokingly said it was a treehouse that was designed by a drunk 4-year-old because the layout was so crazy. But I kind of did away with that because once they brought out these base backup tools, I knew I was going to need something that was going to have the portability I needed. Yes, I would be able to transfer to another siege if that spot that I was in was free, but I wanted a bit more freedom to be able to move to any server, essentially stick down the base anywhere I need, and then put down some routes again, which I will do post-merger. Like, once they've done the first round of mergers, and we are in a hopefully more populated server, then I will do a proper build as well, and I'll probably stream that. I don't think that breaks down into anything useful. But if you go on to, excuse me, if you go onto the official Discord and there's a thread called Share Your Base Design, and if you search that for the user Chemish, you'll find some of my previous DD builds, and some of them were awesome fun to make. The Tree of Life build was, I really enjoyed making that one. That was a lot of fun. The Sands of Time build, the big hourglass was fun. Big toilet base was very silly. In fact, I replicated that in one siege for a friend who was like, "Can you build that for me?" I'm like, "Yeah, if you want." So that's now his main Hagga base, a giant toilet. I quite like the castle build I made as well. Part of the problem I have with the really big builds is, like, I just don't need that much space. Like, I build this thing, looks amazing from the outside and maybe has some nice decorations, but, like, I just don't need that much space. I did make a base that looked like a turtle one week as well with a big shell. That was fun. At the moment, because I'm remaining neutral, it makes it kind of hard to join a guild. I am actually the guild leader of a neutral faction called the Fremen. But with Chapter 3, it's looking like there's a whole lot of content that you just won't get access to if you don't join a faction, which makes me a little bit sad because I don't really vibe, as the kids would say, with Harkonnens or Atreides. But yeah, if we have to join one, it'll end up being Atreides. And then at that point, especially if none of my guild are active anymore, I will either create a guild or look to joining one. One of the things that they are bringing in the new update is a faction-only chat, which actually is quite interesting. So that will allow you to coordinate a bit better, because at the moment it's a bit of a free-for-all with Harkonnens being able to use Atreides skins and vice versa, and you don't know who's in your house and all that kind of stuff. Now at least you could say something in faction chat, or whatever. And somebody, rather interestingly, I think kind of caught the devs' attention, said, can we get a permission setting that is one up from public, which is open to anybody in your faction? Which actually, if they do that, that makes it a lot more appealing to me. So I could make a base out here, have facilities and resources, and just make it open to everybody that's our faction to help them win in the Lands Rad and just progress themselves. So if they introduce that, that would make the prospect of going sided more fun for me. I've been neutral before, quite proudly so, in other Funcom games, particularly the Anarchy Online days. Welly and I were part of a group called Circle G, and yeah, we had great fun turning up to the sided faction wars. Like, we would be called in by both sides. Not usually the same conflict, but there would be like a tower battle somewhere, and our guild would be asked to come in and defend one side, and then the next day it would be a different spot, and a guild on the other side would be asking us to defend from the other side, and it was good. I kind of liked it. It was also a little bit of hard mode when we were playing, because there was a distinct disadvantage by not selecting a side. But Welly and I never really shy away from challenges on these sorts of games. More money. 23,000, right. So we're not quite halfway yet. But it does look like 2 runs is going to give us all the cash we need to buy out one of the NPCs. It's a shame there aren't any side quests out here in the DD. I suspect they're bringing in a whole load of side quests and some new instanced maps, some racing stuff, which is going to be a thing, I guess. But I imagine the pickup for those missions is probably going to be in Hagga Basin. It might be in the capitals though, who knows. Another ornithopter engine. These don't actually break down into anything useful, so we're not even going to take it. See you in a bit, Welly. Cheers for stopping by, matey. we did clear this completely. Just need to be careful not to autopilot directly to the end chests, which is normally what I do. But we're here for the money this time. Right. A3, 2 racks done. So we've got 3 more racks and 1 more station. Okay. There's our station. So yeah, hopefully we can get over 26k on one run. That would be nice. Who knows, maybe we'll find a player out in one of these wrecks that's been doing the same thing, and they may involuntarily donate their Solaris to our fund. I do feel a little bit bad for killing Jonathan earlier though. I was just behind him in a previous wreck, and I was like, someone's out here killing all these NPCs. Oh, no NPCs here either. Interesting. And then I found his assault, and I burnt out the chassis so that he couldn't fly away in it. And then I went looking for him in the wreck, and he was actually hidden in a corner, so he'd obviously heard me coming and tried to hide. But whilst you've got a life sign scanner, there is no hiding. Take the rapier as well. If any of these blades break down into diamantine dust, that actually changes the landscape of the grind for dust out here in the desert quite significantly. I think these stations are on a 45-minute cooldown for loots, so you can actually do them multiple times a day. We're not going to do them on a loop today, because we need to get our spice refinery up. But I will probably do a little bit of grind off stream to gather some more components if that is the case. Left is how you want to go if you want to do the quick route. We're going right because we are here for the money. Look how much damage just in 2 seconds that these 2 AR mobs did. Like, that's more than the ones beyond Aero. I say their damage is not balanced for their HP pulls. I mean, it's still not a significant problem, but it's just interesting that they're not balanced. Let's go, go, go! You need backup? I think you need a new back. Here, hold my knife. Thanks. $29,000. Yeah, so we are gonna be easily getting enough. I may even, yeah, you know what? We'll head because while we're down this end of the map, I kind of want to see what the cooldown. Oops. God damn it. What the cooldown for the vendors is. Come at me, bro. So we'll go in and we'll make some purchases. It'll mean that one of the vendors is kind of slightly staggered for time, and it may be that the restock doesn't trigger until you buy them out. But those are all questions which I kind of wanted the answer for. Actually hit me with the grenade. Normally that aim's terrible. Okie dokie. He's on fire and getting up. Really? Okay. So it does, from our loot so far, yeah, there's another thruster. It looks like the assault parts are kind of static, so there are only a few different assault parts you can loot out of these stations. Which is good to know. So you can get generators, you can get thrusters, and you can get engines. I will try to keep a mental note if we get any other parts while we're out here, but I suspect not. And our wrecks are... We did that one, right? Did we? Oh, raining. I think we did, but let me double check. Yes, we did, because that one had no mobs in it. Let's do the last two wrecks, which are both in A1, where we haven't been yet. So we'll go to Arakeen and spend the Solaris we've got on us on Diamondine Dust. Just because I want to see if the respawn timer works, to see if where the vendor is, in fact. Make sure we can access it as a neutral, because that may be a factor too. These wrecks should be like right around here. Huh, there's one, and there's the other one. Okay. I think we may have kind of just passed by some players though, because that previous wreck had no NPCs in it. And although we've got the Bindu sprint on, rather than another combat skill, we should be fine if we encounter a player. So yeah, 2 more wrecks and then we'll have a tally of roughly how much Solaris we make per run. I think I've hit every chest, but it has been a while where I've actually been looking for these chests. Normally I actually avoid them. Ah, hello. Which sounds weird, but it's because I never need money. The only thing I really use Solaris for is base expansion units and paying taxes, all of which are pretty minimal, really. I think I'll end, if I do end up aligned with a faction, if I have to kind of do more stuff, the Lance Rat rewards also give quite a generous amount of Solaris, if memory serves. Let's have a quick look. Pick anyone at random, 10,000. Yeah, so they do 10,000 per. And that's the lowest level of contribution, so easy. maxed out for space. Right, we don't need that. We don't need those. I might as well use one of those better kits while we're there. We've got a stack of 20 Mark 6s and 20 bandages. If we blow through all of that, then we were probably going to die even if we had more heals, to be quite honest. There's the other one. So I think it's the Arakeen vehicle vendor that has the Diamantine dust. Actually, you know what? We're going to... I'm just thinking about going and recycling first. That would be the sensible thing to do. Where's the other one? There's normally 3. There it is. Okay. Money, 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 money. Right, yeah, more schematics. Yeah, I kind of do want to go and see if we can get any Diamantine dust out of the stuff we've looted here. So let's do that. And our total Solaris was 37k, 37.5k. That is not bad. We may even have a bit of money in the back at the base, so who knows, maybe we'll actually be able to buy out one of the vendors anyway. I will also probably take a look at what they buy, and maybe we take some stacks of stuff with us that we don't need. Materials wise that we've gathered out here, and maybe we can make the balance to buy out their entire stock. And whilst we've got the Scout Mark 6, it doesn't take too long to get around. Yeah, that was a pretty good haul. Like, I get advanced Reaper gloves, great. In an environment where there are plants. There are no plants out here in the deep desert that yield water. There are only ones that yield plant fiber. It's kind of odd. I think there was a bit of an issue early on with players building around dew sites. So players would like effectively build over it and covet the ability to yield water out of them. And no doubt that would happen out here in the DD as well if they had them out and about. They could of course put them near no build zones and near PvP sites, so people would actually fight over water, which would definitely be in keeping with the law. So hopefully these Kidgils will give us Diamantine dust. If not, hopefully the Dirk does. I mean, these are effectively the same weapon, so they should have the same yield. I think maybe Diamantine scraps out of these. So what have we got? We've got 3 Kidgils, 2 Dirks, 1 Rapier, 1 Longsword. I hope that they will give us useful stuff, but I'm not positive. I'm not doing any more desert digging up right now. I did so much of it last night and this morning. We probably will need to do a bodies run. Like, just fill up the assault with a load of bodies. So perhaps what we'll do is take the assault to Arakeen and load up on bodies on the way back. We might even have to do a quick trip out to grab some bodies just to keep our water levels topped up. whilst we're traveling. Those little efficiencies, like either make sure your death stills are running, and your fabricators are using up as much water as possible. All of those little optimizations just help keep the resources flowing. We're doing alright for repairs. It was a bit scary coming out to the deep desert without the facility for making the materials you needed to repair any of your gear. That was a bit worrying, especially the first time our compactor got low. But we're good now. We do want to build the advanced garment and advanced weapons bench. Not particularly to use them, so they're going to be a lower priority than the spice refiner. But I do want to have built at least one of everything out here. We probably will be building the larger containers soon as well, for body storage, for sand storage, and for ore storage. I'll need to work out where we're going to put them, because although the base is considerably bigger than it was yesterday, it's still going to be tight on space. Although, actually, maybe out here in the landing bay, that actually is quite a sensible place to put stuff. Like here or in these corners. Yeah, I like that idea. We'll do that. Right. Let's put all of this away. Chuck schematics in here for now. And fingers crossed with the recycle. So we're looking for dust or scraps. Yes. Good start. Yes. So the Kindles definitely give it. Rapiers give it. Dirks give it. Oh, this is awesome. And scraps from the swords. Okay. Well, that makes Aero a lot more attractive proposition. Just all around. Great. Okay, that's fantastic. That's actually a fairly consistent supply of something which is normally quite rare. Let me make sure we've processed all our sand first. Or at least queued it. We have. Good. This should use all our water because, damn, ingots is expensive. And it did. Bodies is empty, so let's go fill up the bodies storage, or at least put another round of bodies on, I should say. And we'll head up to we'll go and head up to the couple of wrecks up here. We'll check the first one. If we don't fill up here, we'll look at the second one. We'll see if poor Jonathan's assault is left outside. I'm going to do exactly what he did, which is just park my assault outside, but yeah. I know the risks. It would suck particularly on this week to get a chassis burnt out, but it also wouldn't be the end of the world. We would recover. So we will wedge it like right under one of the eaves. Ah, they still not respawned? Ah, yeah, there he is. We'll wedge it like right under one of the ends of the ship so that it's less likely to be spotted. Could you die, please? Thank you. I should have bought the blood extractors with me, but didn't. Oh, it's still got 2 schematics on us as well. Not that it really matters. They don't. Fortunately, they don't weigh anything, but they do take up a inventory slot. So let's see if we can wedge this like right under here, so that it's not obvious. Where's the other guy? I landed my Thopter on him. Did I push him into the ground? No, there he is. Sleep. Okay, so let's load this thing up as quickly as we can. we are in fact going to go full speedy build so that we can get in and out as fast as possible. Because we're also loading up on bodies, we're not leaving our vehicle unattended for very long. So unless it was a group, we would probably make it back in time to stop before the chassis was completely mangled. Probably. Does depend on what skills and stuff they've got. Yes, shoot at me, follow me. Oh, I'm on the wrong side of the ship. Durr. That's not very quick. Go, 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 go. Grab the body before it even hits the floor. Yes, follow me. Where'd you go? You were like right here. Ah, there you are. Hold my knife. Pretty sure we can actually, yeah, we can load this up, all of the slots, without maxing out the weight, which is going to be huge. Then we're going to be sorted for bodies for quite a while. So it'll take a little bit of time, but it'll be worth it. Bit of upfront pain for gain later. This is where if we were on a particularly busy server, I would definitely not have the music on so that I could hear other player weaponry better, all those kinds of noises. I think we kind of softened up one of these guys, right? Apparently not. Oh. It is quite nice streaming with the game sounds on. As I say, normally I don't have them on, and the musical score, they just knocked it out of the park, really. Some very kind of callbacks to the early Dune movie, the 1981. Some very kind of Blade Runner, Vangelis kind of synth sounds. Where did this guy go that was shooting at me? There he is. Oops. Do you use your stream with just music? The game sounds are on. If you're not hearing them at all, I can tweak it, so hopefully, like, you can hear some of them. Like the stabby noises and the run noise. They are lower than the music though, and yeah, I can adjust all of that stuff to people's preferences. Did I kill him and then not pick up the body? Oh, I am super genius. Sound effects are very low. Okay, let me just turn them up a bit. Thanks. Sound effects. Let's bring up to like 40. See if that's any better. Music is great, I agree. So hopefully the sound effects are a little bit more audible now. It's kind of usual combat-y things, though. Bullet noises, stabby noises. The NPC voice lines are actually kind of funny sometimes, so let me make sure that's... Yeah, we'll bring that up to 50. Whoops. This is a bad spot. I don't actually want to kill too many of these because their bodies could despawn quite easily. Yeah, let's just run through the radiation. We'll be fine. That's a bit of radiation. So you can see at the bottom next to the Shigawire icon the rads that build up. If your rads build up sufficiently high enough, you just die on the spot. That's it. But it does take quite a while. This is only radiation level 1 in here. It goes to level 2 in certain places in Hagga Basin, which is where you most definitely want a radiation suit. You can also make some like pills out of algarve plants and something else which reduce the rate at which it builds. Personally, I've never really felt the need for them. Like a decent radiation suit is enough time to get in, get what you want and get out. But if you take a bit more time in combat or you want to explore a bit more, then sure, it's definitely going to help. And the Mark V and Mark VI radiation suits both have exactly the same radiation prevention on them. They just have a slightly higher armor rating. There was a chap on our server that played exclusively in a radiation suit, so he was easy to spot. I mean, it was easy to see it was him, I should say, because no one else did. We should have left. Yeah, there's one other body. There is someone here. I always think when they say reveal yourself, it sounds kind of lewd. But that's probably just my dirty mind. How are we looking? Yep, almost there. Definitely got at least one more up there. I think probably two. Oh, hello. Go in. There we go. I think we got one more in here. We do need to get the key. Yeah. There we go. So we'll grab the key. I'm going to be extremely risky and leave my assault parked on the roof, which is something I really recommend no one does, because it is blatantly obvious where it is. Actually, no, I'm going to park it by the exit, so slightly less obvious. As long as you don't go too far from these wrecks and you have the key, you will keep access to the lock rooms. But if you go too far, you have to go and retrieve the key again. But we'll go and ram this into the exit hole, as it were. And hopefully it won't get too easily spotted. Get in there. That's still fairly obvious, but not unless you're actually landing here. If you're just flying over, you probably wouldn't notice it. So the reason why this bit is particularly risky is because we've actually got to do a lock room here, so we cannot get out of ship. If I heard somebody starting to tear apart my ship right now, there is nothing we could do to stop them. We are locked in. So that Dispenser Blast, although it kind of feels bad and does put a snare on you, it does very little damage. Same with the burn, so like, yeah, maybe we took a bit of damage, but I didn't feel the need to heal it off immediately or anything like that. I'll drop a heal now just because we're about to pick up some more, but... Yeah, the heavies do take quite a few hits, even with my loadout, which is kind of somewhat optimized for melee damage. They take 3 pierces. If I was using the inspiration buff, they would only take 2, and the melee guys would only take... Oops, definitely don't need those. And the melee guys would only take 1. So if you want to speed run stuff, probably taking inspiration level 3. Which is also a group buff, so if you've got other people with you that use melee, get near them before you pop it off and they'll get the buff too. It's something I've never actually played around with. I've only kind of been with people that have used it and gone, it's not bad. Relatively long cooldown though. I think probably pretty limited use in PvP. If you had somebody that had inspiration, I think it's called inspiration, let's have a look. Yeah, if someone had inspiration, someone else had litany of fear, like you could have like someone that basically whose role it was just to buff everyone. That would make a scary team, and I suspect we'll see a bit of that when we Funcom, please. That bandage has durability bar on it. I suspect we'll see a bit of that when we get access to the dungeons. So you'll have a party of 4, you'll probably have a range specialist, a melee specialist, a buff specialist, and... dunno. Other. Maybe crowd control? So someone that can, like, specializes in longer stuns. That storm is not gonna come here. Okay, good. So yeah, someone that specializes in crowd control, someone that specializes in buff, someone specializes in range, and someone specializes in melee. That sounds like a solid composition to me. There's our other wreck. We can just go parallel to this storm. So inside stations, I normally run Retaliate. Dispenser Blast is also good if you're not as confident and think you might get surrounded. It's a great kind of panic button. Pushes everyone away, slows them down. I like Retaliate because usually it's too many melee, and because I use Dagger, I don't have an AoE parry. Let's see if Friendo's vehicle is still here. I think he parked this end, memory serves. Oh, yep, it's still there. Poor guy. I don't know if he knows that he can go and retrieve it. I do feel a little bit bad now, though. See if he's retrieved the contents of the storage, or if he left that as well. I think when you blow up the chassis, they can't use it as a respawn point. Oh, yeah, no. It's just the chassis and storage. Oh no, he's taken some of it apart. The nose is definitely missing. Huh. Storage is full, that's great. So, yep, we are absolutely still together. So hopefully Jonathan will be back and retrieve the rest of it. I'm still kind of a lot of the ground PvP. I'm primed for people that are hyper aggressive, so my first thoughts are cut off all retreat, cut off respawn ability, and put them down as quickly as possible. I'm trying to show more restraint these days, and if I'm clearly winning the ground fight, then not finishing them off after I put them to prone. Because apart from anything else, I want to encourage people to play, and there's nothing quite as disheartening as just getting absolutely dunked on in PvP. That doesn't encourage people to hang around. Which is why I quite often do dueling clubs, to try and teach people what I know about PvP. Not that I'm especially proficient in it, but I've had more practice than probably most on our server, so always happy to share some tips. Alright, let's get the morgue set up. That's actually probably going to be enough bodies for the whole stream, which is awesome. Probably. See how we do. So I did notice that I need to get some more etherite, so we'll stop by that cave on the way back. And there was another reason I was going to use the assault. We got titanium, maybe just some spice. Oh, check for money. Money. It's not in there. Ah, look at that. We have 55,000. Perfect. Great. So we can now go and buy out one of the vendors, which we will definitely do. But actually, let me... maybe I should move that spot, or just plug it. No, I can't like it. What was I going to do? I was going to check something. Yes. I was going to check what we're missing for our last spice refiner. Lots more plast, lots more spice, bit of silicon and cobalt. Yeah, so we'll go and get the cobalt on the way back. And probably some flower sand too. So that covers that. The plast we will be probably good for. Might need to do a bit more stravinium. And we'll need to fill up the assault at least once with spice. But we're getting there. Like, building wise, done all of this, 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 done all of this. We haven't done this and this yet, but we've done, and we haven't done the advanced fabric, garment fabricator, weapons fabricator, and survival fabricator. Oh. I swear one of these days I'm going to be in a menu and a spice explosion is just going to go off, like, right into me and just one-shot me. bet that's a small, even though it looks huge. I think it's too far south to be a medium. Let's have a look. You know what? We'll have that. It is a small, but I don't mind. Let's swap over to the better compactor. So we're running 2 compactors because one is for digging up buried treasure and the other one is for gathering spice. The spice gather one just has a bigger AoE. Unfortunately, it does also cost spice to repair, but it is a net gain in terms of time. I think these patches technically have 600, but I think if you get 400 or 500, you're good. Yeah, that'll do. I'm not gonna bother with the little wisps around the outside. But hey, that's more melange for the pile eventually. So Arakeen. Let me take another look at my resources here. What have we got? Diamond Dine Dust. Not you. Okay, Ant. Arakeen Weapons Vendor apparently sells them. Huh. Okay. We'll also check out the vehicle vendor and see if we can find the Twitch drop vendor. Or, I guess, furniture vendor. Building vendor? Building vendor, probably. If we pass by any very obvious Stravinium, we'll grab that as well, because I think we're slightly down on Stravinium compared to Titanium. For our Plastonium ingots. Plastinium, I should say. Hey, look, there's one. Like, if you're flying right over it, why not just grab it, right? Especially while you've got space. And once we put a stack of... Oops, not that. Of everything in there, we can do a quick deposit, which makes it easier. You could drop that on the ground. Don't need titanium. I mean, we do, but I'm not stopping for it. We're okay for aluminium at the moment. If we could make duraluminum, I definitely would upgrade all our destills to advanced ones. But as things currently stand, I'm not going to kind of go out of my way to make that a priority. I think additional resources... Yeah, I definitely want to upgrade our engine and our booster. It is overheating a lot quicker than what I'm used to. Let's make sure I'm headed towards an exit proper. So my base in Hagga at the moment is essentially just a single advanced sub-thief. I think it has about 2 million water storage, about that. And it has everything in it that I need. It doesn't have it has a sand crawler, but it's not assembled. It has a carrier which is assembled and parked, another spare scout, and space for an assault. Which actually, now I think about it, I'm going to have 2 assaults at the end of this week, because I've just built this one. But one could go in a box, which is fine. But honestly, I spend very little time there. Mostly it's to go and fish out schematics to give away. Do you ever use spice in combat? I am notoriously terrible at forgetting that it exists and only ever pressing it by accident. I don't use it very often in combat, and I probably should use it more. The main reason I don't use it is that I don't want to, like, the timings and amount of damage. We're not going there. The timings and the amount of damage that you can do under spice is different to what you can do not under spice. And generally speaking, you're going to spend more time not spiced up than spiced up. And if I get used to how many attacks and how much stamina, all those kinds of things under spice prescience, the spice effect, then it's going to put me off kilter when I'm not spiced up, if that makes sense. I did max out my spice addiction to level 10 or 9 or whatever it is. It did seem like the hallucinations stopped after like rank 5, but it did take several days of game time. Well, not all days in game, but several days of playing sessions for that addiction level to return to 0. So it does remain around for quite a while, and spicing back up when you're at level 10 takes so much food. You're much better off going and standing on a spice blaze somewhere to recharge yourself. But it's a great thing to do. Like, the cooldown alone makes it amazing. The extra damage is great. Now clears poison and burn, and I suspect it's going to be very relevant for boss battles in the upcoming dungeon stations, I should say. So yeah, definitely should use it more. Most of the time, I don't really struggle in any of the PvE stuff without it. And the times that I do die, like, if I took the time to spice up, I probably would die quicker. It can go from everything is fine to you're completely screwed very quickly. Especially as I don't run armor. I only run a still suit. Excuse you.
How's it? You're back for more, eh?
Maybe. Buy all of them. Great. So apparently there's some sort of a cooldown that you can see here. Someone said. Insufficient stock. Oh, here we go. 20 hours. Okay, so I think we should be fine. I think we can make all the vehicles. Awesome. I probably should buy the carbine scraps, but I'm not going to. In the meantime, what other vendors are here that we might want to check out? I don't need any of this. Base vendor. It'll be interesting if I do end up faction. Oh look, the most important thing about coming to Arakeen is paying the donkey. Like, you have to. Every time you're here, you have to come and pet the donkey. And is this a time-limited animation, or will you just stand there and pet the donkey forever? No, you will sit there and pet the donkey forever. And he loves it. Look at him. Little still suit donkey. It's awesome. Anyway, until next time, donkey. Thank you for the pets. Yes, so we're going to check out the, not water vendor, the furniture merchant, see about these other blueprints. Hello.
Hello again.
Hello again. So yeah, so we can see the observer pieces are now available to buy. We should have them all. We don't need anything else. Now, do they have... That's interesting. So they haven't actually added the current Twitch drop additional pieces here yet. So if you are looking to get those pieces as quickly as possible, and that includes... I can't bring up the build menu at the moment. But that includes railings and a new door and stuff like that, then just link your account, your Dune account, through Steam to Twitch, and just watch this stream. You'll get the drops offered to you, and once you've claimed them, they come very quickly into your inventory. You just literally have to zone after you click the claim button. We are good. So that was 15 more diamantine dust, which is huge. Just trying to think what is the most sensible way of doing it? I think we do just go Carriol Sandcrawler, probably. After we've got our spice refiner up. So I said Aetheryte Cave on the way back. I'm just gonna check out where the Harkonnen one is. Smuggler, Emissary, and Weapons Vendor. Oh, they got 2 jobs in Harko Village. So we'll go and clear out this Aetheryte Cave, possibly the other one as well. Although no, let's do the Aetheryte Cave, hit some flower sand on the way back, get all of that cooking, as it were, and then maybe some stations. Not that we need anything from there, but it's a bit more interesting than just farming. And we'll do some of the PvP stations. Who knows, maybe someone will show up. And I'll use my spice prescience as well. I don't actually have any skills, like this is a very good skill to have with spice prescience. This is a good skill to have with spice prescience. This is okay. It only lasts for about a second, but can be useful. This is good if you're using voices. This is pretty good if you're ranged. Like, there are plenty of reasons to use it. Outside of just the cooldown, additional damage, damage reduction, all of those things. Right, we are headed to this cave here. So the Aetheryte Caves are randomly spawned in the deep desert each week. There's usually one in PvE and one in PvP. They both have the same yield. There are only 2 spots in the entire desert where you can obtain crystals directly from the rocks. Aetheryte does appear in buried treasures as well, but only in very small quantities. Ooh, yep, that's what we want, Stravinium. Take that as well. Buried treasures are very much a kind of slept on resource by a lot of players. There's so much you can get out of it. Because it's in small quantities, people think it's not worth it. One go up and down, even in a PvE row, can yield actually surprisingly large amount of materials. This is all iron ore. We are flagged for PvP because I flew too close to the control point. Which honestly, if I end up picking sides, is something that I'm kind of looking forward to, fighting over control points, doing missions for House representatives. Because at the moment they all just tell me to go away. Which is fair. That being said, I would prefer to continue being a professional fence sitter if I can. If I can remain neutral, that would be awesome. But I think I'm going to be locked out of the new stuff in Chapter 3 without it. Do not need that or that. These caves have to be mined by hand, so you just can't fit a buggy inside. I don't think you could get close enough and get the angle to even mine like one node. Excuse me. Which is unfortunate because the buggy yields are so much better. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do this the long way. Bit of error checking on Funcom's part for where that analysis line is would be good. Like, is it accessible? If not, draw it somewhere else. Excuse my coughing. It is sniffs and cough season. One more? Oh no, 3 more. Nice. You know what, I'll do them one at a time. I don't know if I would overstack. Was that 118 down to 70? So that's 30, 41. Actually, we can farm 2 nodes without wasting any. Boingy boing. There we go. It's close, but we didn't waste any. Yeah, got it all. Good, good. We will again hit any Stravinium on the way back that we see, and any spice we might see, and then we'll head for one of the PvP stations. I'm tempted to hit the Rex too, just to see if we can pick up some more weapons which can go into that dust. Let's see, we've got a station, we've got 2 Rex near us, but we did those recently for mobs. We've got 3 stations out here. Let's start with F8, we'll cycle up to H6 sector and then G3. We'll do all 3. Perhaps stopping back to cycle the bodies for water. Oh, it's so nice not being restricted to 500 volume storage. Admittedly, we're using less than 500 at the moment, but that's not the point. Yeah, definitely want to upgrade the thruster and generator to Mark 6. Like, it's a small optimization, but over the course of several hours, actually, it's going to be worth it. Plus, I don't want to bring a mostly Mark 6 assault back to Hagga. I'd rather bring a full one. Apparently these things had scanners in the very early days, but I very much took my time with Hagga, which I would encourage everyone to do because it's so rich in content. I think by the time I was ready to do assaults, they'd already changed it. But I think they had a scanner module for them at one point. At the moment, it's either storage or weaponry, which I think is odd. To be honest, I think an assault should be able to carry weapons and storage, but there we go. Game decisions, not mine. There's some more Stravinium. It's lovely Vangelis-like synth chords. Home sweet home. It is looking very Harkonnen since I moved over to the observer set. Right, so we do have Stravinium, we have some sand, and we have some etherite. Etherite we want to get cooking now, because we are going to need a lot of this stuff. We've only got a little bit of water. Let's check the timer on the water just so that we know while we're out. So it's still got 30 minutes, which means these have got 15, right? Oh no, 26. Okay, that's fine. Drop off these bits. Very expensive diamantine dust that we bought, but definitely worth. Drop a schematic in here as well. And the money. Let's take some spice food. I'd probably just take it all, right? Like it weighs, yeah, virtually nothing. Put these away. We'll leave the assault. And we'll head to F8, which is a nice quick one to start. We'll maybe hit a couple of buried treasures, but not many. Only if they're like directly in our path. Should have queued up that Stravinium. Oh no, we were out of water. That's the limiting factor. I think I need to make sure I put more filters in before I log off this evening too. So yeah, I would say carbon scraps, diamantine dust, and duraluminium are the three. Oh, and military power regulators are the rarest stuff out here. Probably in reverse order. Sure. It's kind of rare to get a schematic out of that buried treasure. The drop rate for that is extremely low. Probably I would say about as low as the dust and scraps. And I would say that the military power regulators are insanely low. Not these ones. The tier below, which can come out of buried treasures, but it's extremely unlikely. Do need to remember to build us a new scanner when we get back to this one's almost completely kaput. I should probably set up some sort of timer on one of the channel bots here, so that I know when my water's ready for rotation, but I think for now we'll just do 2 stations and then we'll go back and check it. Should be pretty close. Might be pretty close after 1 if I keep stopping for all these treasures. It is tempting to pick up the gold here, but it's just such a small quantity. If you consider you get 250 to 1,300 out of the A-ray stations we were looting. Picking up 3 or 4 at a time is not worth it. It's the same with the spice sand. Like, I don't really know why Funcom bothered putting it in such small quantities. Like, 6 spice sand is worth nothing to anyone. It'll be interesting to see how busy the Hagga Basins get when the deep desert reverts back to mostly PvP. Because that was a primary source for a lot of PvE players for gathering spice. Even though it's only in patches of sort of 500 spice sand, that would be their main source. These do recycle into something useful, and I can't remember what it is. So we'll take it. And that rock outcrop on the right there, just slightly to the east, is where we're headed. So I'll grab this as our last one. Hey, duraluminium. We'll take it. Nope. Must not gather treasure. Resist. Right, let's stick the spike hilt blade on. See if we've got anyone outside. This is crazy amounts of stravinium, as you can see. We will probably, hopefully, at some point before the week is through, be bringing a carryall here with a buggy. So we encountered this layout in the A-ray stations. There are a limited number of variations in terms of station. So there is a little bit of duplication. But you can see here, that guy is shooting assault rifle rounds into my shield. It's like, yeah, it's sort of taking it down, but not very quickly. If you compare that to the amount of damage that the A-ray mobs were doing, it's extremely weak, despite the mobs being tankier. So something just doesn't feel right about that. Normally, tougher mobs deal more damage. That's what most other video games teach us. Let's just wait for this to recharge a little bit. We're gonna have 2 on us, but we can, as long as we're shooting one, attacking one, we're actually only taking damage from one mob, even if there are 2 around. It's usually a heavy at the back here. Oh no, not this time. It's definitely not worth spicing up for. That's literally all of the mobs in this station. Just not worth for the spice. I'm gonna check. Yeah, I'm gonna check the box on the far side here. There should be a large chest in here. Just to see if there's any vehicle parts. Okay, so the Assault Mark V generators drop out here too. That's good to know. So actually, rather than doing A-rays, I could be doing the more difficult ones. But we don't get any money out here. So, yeah, no, never mind. Ignore that. Nothing. Next testing station I will spice up. So yeah, that's probably the quickest station beyond A-ray, the quickest layout. What do they call it? They call it... It's Something mannequin? Mannequin manor. We are headed to H6. There. Shouldn't be too far away, and we're not going to stop for treasures this time. We're just going to make a straight line to it. And then we will swing south, check the base for the bodies, because this next place has got a lot of waves actually. What I think we'll do is we'll probably spice up for wave 2. So we'll clear, take a wave, and then spice up. So etherite is sorted. Excuse me. We did want to get some more flower sand, so we're going to need more silicon blocks for the large spice refinery. I think we'll do that after we finish the stations. We'll use the current water in there for more plast, well, more stravinium, plast, stravinium, and then cobalt paste in that order. And we might even look for a large spice crater to do some mining in the assault, just because you can fill up an assault on a medium spice field, but you end up not being very efficient with the wear on your compactor. If there's somebody in a sand crawler there, if we do get to a large spice crater, I will offer them the opportunity to fill up my assault for me. Which sounds mean, but actually it's quicker if they fill up my assault and carry on crawling than letting me compact and calling the worm all the time. Here's our next testing station. This is the Algarve farm. Which it wasn't until relatively recently I realised you can actually farm some Algarve seeds here. If you're particularly efficient about it, I think you can get 60 out of a run. Because they'll respawn up to 3 times. I am going to put my proper combat loadout on though. We've got a door to break through as well, yeah. So, my order of operations here. Sniper at the back, because they do insane shield damage. Then, weirdly, looting these Algarve seeds so that we put them on cooldown right away. Wow, that's a lot of assault rifle mobs. It's kind of unlucky to get 4. I think we'll take them out first. Oh, it's only 3, but yeah, they sure do a lot of shield damage when there's that many of them. So we're going to use the NPCs as human shields, so you place the target you're attacking between you and any other combat target. They won't do damage to the mob, nice ragdoll, but they will prevent you from taking damage. So we'll do this next wave and then we'll use the spice. Generally speaking, the first wave here only has, I think, one mob out of every door. Maybe the door on the far end here has two, but I'm not sure. Find out in a second. And then the number of mobs tends to go up each wave. So there was actually two came out of this door. I wish you could retaliate against their melee moves, that would be great. So once we hear the door noise, we'll spice up. Any second now. Slot this as well. Spice prescience activated. So we can see their health bars. We can see their stamina bars. Actually, can we see their stamina bars? That's a good question. Come back here. I'm not done with you. You can see the bar at the bottom there is kind of ticking down. No, that's not great. But even these heavies with this loadout are still kind of 3 hits to take down. It is 2 slow pierces and a knee, but it still counts as 3. I think that's everyone. Don't know what that body is over there. These have not respawned. Need to be kind of careful jumping around this because it is possible to get stuck in the middle, which is not much fun.
Help! Help!
Oh, that didn't even kill him. So it looks like there's actually some damage variability. So yeah, it looks like there's actually a damage range on some of the attacks. Uh-oh, that's not a good sound. That was the sound of my shield running out. Breathe, run. So our spice is halfway done. I think possibly we should have waited until this wave to start it, but we'll be fine. As I say, I normally play without it. And look, our seeds have already respawned, so we're already up to 40 seeds. And we should get one more spawn of them in before the last wave. Well, possibly just on the way out after we loot the chest.
Where is it? Help!
Generally speaking, if your shield is blinking, that is the time to reposition because you are not winning. Particularly if you, like me, only run a still scene, because as soon as your shield's gone, you are extremely vulnerable. And that's where having some spatial awareness of where the mobs are is very important, because if you end up running away, from some into more, you're just gonna get your shield burst, and then you're gonna die very quickly afterwards. The Spice Prescience being able to kind of show where mobs are obviously helps with that spatial awareness, but knowing where they spawn in from is kind of the main thing to know. Once you start playing, once you've played a lot, you even know what kind of mob types spawn on which wave, and all that kind of stuff, which helps you position appropriately. And also you can kind of keep a mental tally of how many you've killed, how many are likely to be left, where they're likely to be. Okay. I believe we've got at least 2 more waves and our spice is about to run out. What we will do is eat the food and just spice up straight away again, because we can. There is a cooldown period, so you'll see in a moment a red bar start to fill up where our empty purple bar was, and that is the withdrawal phase. I don't know if there's any like significant disadvantages other than you get some hallucinations, auditory and visual. Shit, that was not good. We're going to use the sword here because it's got an AoE parry on it. And if we parry twice in succession, we actually apply bleed to our targets. Come on, stop that noise. Ah. Shields burst. So we're going to just go and take a corner over here. Now this guy's... Yep. Shield's back, but we're still pretty low on health, so I think I'm going to be a little bit cautious. Okay, and we'll heal up. We're still in withdrawal phase, so we can't take any spice food. Oh, that was really not good. Wow. That was sketchy. Let's heal up again. I think this might be the last wave because we've got flamethrower mobs, so I think I'm not going to spice back up for this particular place. Uh-oh. You know what? Maybe we will actually. Because why not? I rarely do it. 1, 2, 3, and 1 should fill the bar. Takes a little while to tick up, but yeah, we'll get the Spice Prescience status available once it's filled. The amount of food it takes to refill your bar, or drink, spice food or drink, increases with each level of addiction that you currently have. I believe it also prolongs the period that you have the Spice Prescience state for, but I'm not entirely sure because I haven't spent much time doing that. Whoa. Whoa there. Ah, looks like we do have another wave. Oh no, we don't. Yeah, so that was a little bit wasted, but that's fine. And here's our third set of seeds. So 60 Elgarve seeds for clearing a lab as well. Which is just a nice little bonus. We are taking all schematics. Now we know that they're going to be recycled in Chapter 3, which honestly I'd rather I didn't know. Because yes, I'm going to stockpile them. Yes, I'm going to recycle a load as soon as it's available. And yes, it's going to be a pain storing them all. In fact, maybe we might end up setting up our first large container out here in the DD just to hold schematics, which would be odd, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, that was a bit of a wasted spice prescience there. If you press T, you can see there's a number there on the left-hand side of the screen in the middle. That is your spice addiction level, if you like. And that determines how much food you need to spice up again. And as I say, I think it increases the duration, but I could be wrong. And hopefully we'll see some rather cool hallucinations whilst we're out flying around. Some of the best ones you see when you're in the open desert. And I won't spoil what you can see. Hopefully we'll get some good ones. As I mentioned before, I think beyond level 5 addiction, like the hallucinations stopped. I thought they were going to get worse, but actually they just seem to like go. You've got so much spice in your blood, there's no point trying to put hallucinations your way. Where's our next station? We will go straight to G3 to complete the PvP set. It looks like we've got a respawn beacon down here for some reason. That must have been from day 1, I guess. Maybe pick up a bit of duraluminum, maybe some of those precious carbine scraps, or diamondine dust. Diamondine? Diamondine? I always get that mixed up. And we don't have any. It's one of those things, you see fictitious words and like it makes a noise in your head when you read it, and then you see like an author or an official person read the word and you're like, oh, I've been pronouncing it wrong my entire time. I quite often find it difficult to not have that wrong pronunciation in my head still. Whoops, a bit hot. Spicy explosion behind us. Oh, God. Our poor scanner. It's been so well used, but a brand new scanner on wipe day. And it's almost completely knackered. So, just grab this. Oops. I do need a compactor to grab it with. And we're going to be in withdrawal stage any second now. See if we get any hallucinations. Oh, hey, yeah, look at that. Look at all these people. Creepy. I haven't seen this one before. Interesting. I've seen some very cool ones on the Reddit. Like giant, massive people fighting in an arena. That's good. We'll take that because that's carbine scraps when we recycle. But yeah, lots of floating people. No, that's a new one to me. Kind of a bit reminiscent of Death Stranding. Yeah, that's definitely creepy as hell. So, judging by what we did in the last station, I think we clear wave 1, we clear... bleh, get your words out. Clear wave 1, clear wave 2, and then spice up. Seems to be a good order of operations. That little jingle there reminds me of Sunlight, which is a track from Subnautica, which I absolutely love. Just those little chimes. It's awesome. Right, let's take the spice... Well, actually, let's not stand outside in the open doing anything outside a PvP station. But we will 1, 2, 3, and 1. I think this should still... Yeah, so this is still sufficient at level 2 addiction to fill you up, but after that it does start to get... Ooh, you've got a respawn beacon. People, never leave a respawn beacon on the stairs in PvP. They will get destroyed. The other reason not to is if someone chooses not to destroy it, they can just camp your respawn beacon. And quite often, if there are fights on the way out, your beacon then ends up being behind enemy lines, which sounds good, but if you're dying, you're probably already not winning, so being behind enemy lines is not really where you want to be. The fact that there's a beacon here and that there are mobs here as well means there's probably no one inside the station. It's probably from earlier today or possibly even yesterday. Let's swap this out for a door opener. Cutter ray, I should say. I can't believe this thing can't be used in combat as well. I mean, it can melt rocks and metal, but you can't put it in someone's face. Seems a bit okay. But that's the meme on Ko's channel would go, because it's a game. Uh-oh. Raid. No. So this is pre-wave, so we're gonna do... Oh, actually, these actually have much shorter waves in them. I think we'll do this entire room without spice, and we'll spice up for the next one and the one after. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. There are 3 lock rooms here, and they all get progressively harder. I think this one's just got 2 waves though, memory serves. We're gonna get the double? Nah, almost there. Uh-huh. Lead. Power pack's about to break. If I was a sensible sausage, which I am, I have a spare one on me, so that's fine. So I think we just got one more wave in here, and then we're through to the next lock room. How about the... Don't need any of those. Guess we'll check these guys for spice food, since we're actually using it now. Take a bandage. 17. Yeah, let's stack those together. Whoa, that was close, buddy. Careful with that thing, you might hurt someone. again, these Vulcan cannons out here in beyond Aero, where it's supposed to be harder, can just sit there and take it. Like, the shield will just soak it up and recharge before they've reloaded. Okay, that should be this room cleared. Access granted, which sounds like something very rude as well. But maybe that's just my brain. We'll check in here, since we are on challenge week and we're looking for rare stuff. I'm pretty sure there's nothing rare that can spawn in here particularly. Sand bike, no thank you. Obviously the plates are good if you need them, but I think we already have a stack of 500. And we're probably never going to use any. Yeah. So I think we clear this first wave, then we spice up as the next one comes in. And then we'll remain spiced up for as long as we can for the rest. Now that Vulcan cannon sounds like it's bugged and it's firing twice as fast as it should. That seems okay. But that clip before sounded broken to me. That sounded like double the amount of shots. I don't know if they've got some hidden ability that's causing that, or if it's just glitching out. But yeah, that can happen. Right, as soon as this wave spawns, we'll spice. Oddly, I don't really like using the spice stuff. It feels too overpowered. But because I haven't done it at all this playthrough, why not do a round of stations with it? No. That got very close to popping our shield. The cooldown reduction is probably the best part of the spice effect for me, because it just allows me to chain together more moves faster. I don't think it oh yeah, it impacts stamina recharge rates as well. So yeah, it's just very good to have on. There are, as I sort of mentioned earlier, there are a whole bunch of skills that benefit from being in Spice Prescience mode, but I don't have any of those slotted. There are actives and passives, I think. Maybe just passives.
Someone's here.
We run for attack. Assassin!
Get there.
Got them.
Oh shit, that's not good. Okay, let's reposition. By positioning close to this guy, this AR mob, whilst the sword was coming after me, we also applied the bleed. So Retaliate is an AoE effect. It does higher retaliation damage to the target that you're retaliating against, but it does some in an AoE and applies the bleed in an AoE as well, which is good to know. Unfortunately, it also applies bleed in an AoE to people that are in your team, in PvP. So that's also something to be aware of. So I normally warn people if I'm teamed with them not to stand too close to me in combat. I'm not sure if that was exactly by design or whether it's an oversight, because most other moves do not provide friendly fire damage to other group members, even in PvP. But it may just be because it's an AoE effect, like rockets and things like that. They also do damage. Weirding step giving room to hit these guys twice is kind of odd too. There aren't very many skills that give you a stun window long enough to do two slow pierces. I feel that probably should be adjusted too. I mean, I'm taking full advantage of it until they do, but it does seem a little bit overcooked. So our spice is definitely going to go down mid-wave here, but I think we just go straight in anyway, and then we'll try and scoff enough food and drink in between waves to reactivate. So you can see, although that mob was quite close to me, they didn't get the bleed applied to them. So I believe the retaliate is a 180-degree cone in front of the target that you've parried. So again, using the target we're fighting as a wall between me and the other one, just to block a few shots. Can make the difference. It totally didn't there though. Okay, here's our withdrawal phase. And as you can see, it's a lot longer than our first one was. So withdrawal's longer, spice is longer, takes longer to charge up, takes more spice I should say to charge up. Health is full? Health is most definitely not full. Really? Huh. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, and then suddenly health was full. That was kind of bizarre. Crap, that's a lot of damage. No, we're good. So just by kiting around a little bit, we kind of managed to break up where they were enough to relieve the pressure on the shield long enough for us to restabilize. So we probably want to try and spice up. Oh. That's not good. We may die here. Using this defensively just to apply a stun. Nah, we're good. So yeah, we may leave a mob up at the end here, just to give us time to eat enough spice food to fill our bar. Honestly, it's the AR mobs. As a melee person, anything that chews through your shield is the most dangerous thing to you. If I'm in a group fight, whoever's trying to take out my shield, they become priority one. How is he not dead? Could you die, please? Thank you. Right, let's see if we can cheekily scoff a little bit of food and drink. Here, a grenade. Yeah. Okay, so we'll finish these guys off. Hopefully the bar will have charged by then. That, to me, was a bit of a yes. We actually were stunned outside of the range of the shield. Blast. Which just seems a bit wrong to me. Right. Spicy spice spice. And you can see the kind of purple corona and the distortion on the vision also increases as your spice addiction increases. Which is a thing. He's gonna run away. This may be last wave as we're seeing flame mobs, but it may not. Sometimes you get 2 waves of flames. I think when I say oops, sometimes I think some instances, I think they're relatively set in terms of what mobs appear when. I think there's a little bit of variation in the types, so maybe the number of melee versus the number of assault rifles, which can make some waves more challenging if you're ranged or if you're melee. Obviously for ranged mobs, the melee ones are difficult. Getting swarmed by them is probably the most common way to die as a ranged. But I don't know, because I don't play ranged. Should have a few more around this corner. Maybe another blade guy somewhere.
They're coming.
Nope, we're good. And that was the last one. Great. Access granted. I mean, access granted. So, that was all 3 of the PvP stations. I think we will... Is there a wreck up this way? Yeah, we'll check the wreck in I1. Just to see if we can get some sort of a tool that we can recycle into some rare materials. These are, yeah, Mark 5 blocks, which, yes, they're better than nothing, but if you're out here beyond A-Ray, you definitely want to be using a Mark 6 power block. It's very nice when you can get the timing on the knee charge, right, to drift up the stairs like that. That, where it made the vehicle coming out noise, but it didn't actually appear, seems to be something that they've introduced in the last, well, not the very last patch, but the patch before that. I don't think they like the idea of people being able to get out and back in of their plane in midair, which I understand, but they still haven't fixed it. Like, it's totally doable fairly easily. In fact, we'll see if we can do a drop shot on top of this wreck that we're going to. So we climb to 700 meters. 725, something like that. And there are 2 strategies that I've seen for pocketing your Orthopter whilst in the air. One of them is more consistent for me than the other one, but does require you to be stopped. Now you can go from like 100 and 212, 13 kilometers an hour down to 0 very quickly, but if you have any lateral momentum at all, your Thopter's going to end up in the sand. or on the ground at the very least. So the first method is we're just going to come to a halt and turn around, put into dragonfly mode. As soon as I see it go down to 3, I jump out of the vehicle, swap to the tool, and then bring it out again. We can then get it out in midair, jump in it, and away we go. The second method I'm not very good at, so feel free to laugh if I fuck this up. Oh, and I missed it. Is you can do it whilst boosting, and essentially you put your Thopter into a dive, and then the idea, at least, is that you... Oh, let's go on the sand. Oh, look! That's so cool! It's a whale! The idea is you boost up and away, jump out of your Thopter whilst it's going upwards. That upwards momentum dissipates over a slow enough period for you to float or to fall in the direction that it's headed and pick it up midair, but it's not as consistent. This is a new hallucination to me too. It's so cool. They also do giraffes and like forests. It's cool. Love it. Right, so we are actually headed inside. It's a whalefish. You're gonna fall off. Yep. And so am I. Ow. So I don't think I think all the small chests just drop crap here, but I will double check. Yeah, it's just like plates and stuff we don't need. We're on fire a little bit. You know what? I think we probably neck enough food here. I think the first guy through that door will be a melee, so we'll hear him. Yep, there he is. Quite enough spice food. I don't think I'm going to be using spice prescience anymore, but it's good to have it locked and loaded in case you encounter other players. Like, it is a significant advantage in PvP. The Hagga wire, if you're using Battle Hardened as a technique from the Trooper tree, as long as you don't hit a player with it, if you're just using it for mobility, comes down to a 2-second time, which is crazy. Like, you just ain't catching anyone that's spiced up with Hagga wire and Battle Hardened. They are always going to be able to get away. There we go. So we did pick up a sword out of this box, right? Just kind of half paying attention. Yeah, we did. Oh, excuse you. Are you hiding from me? Bleed. Take the schematics because we know we're recycling them. I think everything. Oh, there's a large box. Yep, rapiers. I'm actually gonna start getting in the habit of grabbing all these weapons that break down into useful stuff outside of this challenge week as well, because it's been good. That's kind of one of the things I've learned the most is how to source diamondine dust, how to source carbine scraps, and how to source duraluminium out here. We just got so lucky with the military power regulators. Admittedly, we only needed 6, and we found 2 buried treasures with 25 in them each. But you really only need 6 for the advanced weapons bench. The weapons bench and the clothing fabricator will be something that we do kind of last, because we don't strictly need it for anything. Let's take this. Boop. Nothing. Right, let's head straight back actually, because we're going to be burning time on our water, which should have all finished now. I also need to do a quick bit of math to find out if we've actually got sufficient storage. So we have 2 of these that do 45,000, so it's 90,000. 3 of these, it's 165,000 milliliters if all our death stills come in at the same time. So we need to make sure we've got capacity for that and that we're not wasting it. I don't think we'll be building any more large storages, although they are more base efficient, because they require duraluminium. We'll just stick with the mediums that do 25,000. Which will be fine. We've got plenty of extra space now. I've expanded out the sort of power floor, if you will. May kind of make a marker on the map for that spice explosion, because it's going to be relatively close to our base, I think. If it's under like 5k, we'll probably bring the assault and fill her up. It's only a medium, but as I say, you can fill an assault off of a medium, and a little bit more usually. There's a crash ship. You know what? We'll take the crash ship, and I will mark the spice field. How far away is it? It's 6.5. It's not particularly close, but we are going to need more spice for the refiner anyway. Spice and flour sand. I must remember we need flour sand. Otherwise we're going to be waiting on that, which would be a crying shame. Don't need this, don't need this. Take these. We don't need any of the rest of this. I mean, I'll take this instead. Ooh, Kidjow. Could turn into something useful. Don't need this. Okay. Kindjil? Kindjil? Probably. Excuse me. There's another medium that's slightly closer, so we'll mark that. 6,000, right. So, any closer spice fields, we may as well go up and look up here. Better view distance for any other potential patches. I did get one this morning that was about less than 2,000 meters from our base, so I filled that one up off stream. Filled up the scout 3 times, I think. No, it must have been more. Must have been like 4 or 5. Yeah, if it can only carry 500, it must have been at least 4. I think it's 4 and a bit, yeah. I think honestly the reason I'm coughing so much has got nothing to do with the season though. It's actually just because I don't talk this much normally. Stretching muscles I don't often use. Now there is somebody definitely collecting spice. You see the Thopter over that way that went down. Which is definitely closer, but given the fact there's already somebody on it, we probably isn't worth competing. I think once we get our large spice refinery up, I don't mind putting our assault at potential risks. But until we've used it to get enough spice, I would rather avoid losing it. I mean, we wouldn't lose it, we could still buy it back, but yeah. Okay. So many schematics already. Right, let's recycle. That's not the recycle bench. I've done that enough times, and the opposite, where I've recycled stuff that I meant to fix. So, yes, no, yes, 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 yes. That should be it, right? Yep. Okay. I don't think we've got enough. Yeah, we've got no spice sand. How are we doing for water? Yeah, so our water has come in. So we can cycle the bodies and get a little blast going. 5? Okay, get 5 blast going. Get 94 stravinium, 300 cobalt paste. We still got so much water. Okay, we definitely need to go and get that used up. I will get the bodies on, but we need to get some spice going. That'll use up the water fairly quickly. So the advanced death stills actually finish a bit faster. They're 10 minutes quicker than the normal ones, so we've got 50 minutes to use up 150 milliliters, right? Yeah, 151. Let's take a little sippy sip while we're here. And we will grab the assault. Oops, that's not run anymore. Like, we could probably find a medium... Or, that's real close. We could probably find a medium closer to us. It looks like there's someone there, but that is so close to our base. There's no way we're not taking advantage. Oh, my battery's about to break. Should have repaired it. Never mind. Let's get in here. On our server, and I don't know if it's like that. Whoop! That's another dude. There's this kind of unwritten rule where if you compacted spice, you don't harvest someone else's that they've compacted. We are using a medium worm intensity and we are using worm threat reduction, so we are generating as little aggro as we possibly can with our compacting, but that doesn't mean to say it isn't going to come relatively quickly with 2 people on the sand. Get some sand in here so we can quick deposit. Like so. That was the rumbling of an early warm sign warning. Yeah, look, here he is. So, actually, we are not going to compete with this guy here. It's actually going to be quicker for us to fly further away from our base and go to a patch that isn't currently being used. Especially as that guy was in armor. Can't really tell if he was in soft steps or not, but we'll just go over here and do it. And having just one person on the spot means we should be able to get full inventory storage on the Ornithopter full of spice before the patch is finished. We would have had to move to another one anyway at that patch. Interestingly, I think that was exactly the same spot that I was farming this morning before stream. And what we may do here is be ultra lazy and go for just cherry pick the middle bits of this and then move to the other one that was very close by and just get the high density yields. Normally I like to clear them up as much as possible, but we got one there and one like there as well. It's that crash ship in the middle, so that is going to get eaten at some point anyway, which is going to be worm aggro. Oops. Only I could aim at the ground and miss. That is part of the reason why I don't play ranged. Actually, I'm not a bad shot, but I got my fill of ranged combat playing Once Human, which was great. Good game. Enjoyed it. Can't wait for them to finish it, if they ever do. Look at that. All of this compacted, not a single worm aggroed. That's the difference between one person and two. That's the difference between a unique compactor and soft step boots and not. That's a massive amount of spice without any aggro. Probably gonna pull one up now, but that's okay. Yeah, kind of hear it coming, sort of. Yeah. Oh, that may not be aggroing to us. Yeah, that's not us. That's not us either, right? That's... You know what? Let's not risk it. I'm pretty sure it's going for the ship, but I could be wrong. Yeah, that was the ship going down. I'm actually going to wait. They can quite easily patrol away from those spots and just browse, just patrol straight through you without showing any worms on aggro. I think the path is somewhat randomized. Yeah, he's going away, which is good. But he could have easily just changed direction and come through here, wrecked all our gear. Like, we are at the point at which we would recover without needing materials from Hagga Basin, but it would be a bit of a setback, I'm sure. Must be full maybe now. I'm gonna drop this off, I think we're... okay, so we can take over 700 sand before we need to drop it in, which is good. The less time you can spend walking around on open sand, the better. So we do need to, weirdly, for the first time ever in this game, I actually need to make sure we're making a reasonable amount of money. We've already bought out one of the vendors, but I think, especially with the 24-hour timer, we're going to be wanting to buy these vendors out every day for the next couple of days in order to be able to build our carryall and sandcrawler. which would be nice. Obviously, we could end up finding more unburied treasures, and I will need to do some math to make sure that we can get there without buried treasures, but if we're not relying on RNG, I will definitely make it a goal to complete it on stream. Oops. How are we looking? Look at that, not even a quarter full. Fantastic. So we would be heading back right now, were we in a scout. Now I should, yeah, it's gone. Normally I wait for the worm aggro to disappear until, oh, please don't come this way. Wow, that was close. If he'd turned, there was nothing we could have done. We would have just bitten it. I would not have been very pleased. So he's coming really quickly now. That first kind of go at the patch, we got really lucky to get as much as we did. I really wish they'd made the animation on it better though. My god. It's like they gave the intern the job of animating it. Whoa! He is coming back round. Let's not be on the sand. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Yeah, okay. Game is definitely trying to kill us. It's like that, is it? That's what I get for insulting the animation on it. But parts of the animation are great, like the way the mouth opens and all that kind of stuff. But the body traveling through the sand, yeah, not the best. It kind of breaches the sand, and then you kind of see it arcing down, and then it will just disappear, like randomly, seemingly randomly. Let's move this closer. Work smarter, not harder. So if you do happen to be on a particularly aggressive server and you're trying to compact, you probably want to be running a guard first of all, but if you don't have a guard, then gathering under the tail here will afford you a bit of protection from missiles. And if you don't wander too far from your assault, you should be able to get back in and get away, as long as they don't have overwhelming numbers. So certainly to get my first spice refinery, it was a lot of missile fire coming down on farmers. So I kind of had to get used to kind of just doing this, getting this amount, and then moving the Thopter. Our community on this server has got a lot friendlier after certain individuals have moved on. We had a pair of aggro Thopter pilots that swapped for packs, and then another person decided to assume their role of being chief moron, and they've all stopped. So, whoop, that's coming right at us. Wish you could just kind of stare it down with a las gun, but yeah. So, like, I don't worry particularly at the current state of our server of coming under fire while farming. It's still good to have half an eye on the sky, half an ear open for engines. Be aware of other players. Not that I would do it, but I have watched quite a few of Hot Dropping Hank, who does shorts, where he'll fly over someone farming, jump out of out of his thopter midair, and lasgun people that are farming sand, and then usually burn out their thopter and call the worm for it. I suspect he's probably doing less of that now. People can just get their vehicles back. It's kind of funny, the moment that people weren't suffering the great setbacks every time a worm ate their thopter, the kind of people which took perverse pleasure out of being mean to other people, all kind of faded away. Like, they were no longer getting their serotonin kick from being a dick. So they just left, which was great. I mean, don't get me wrong, a certain amount of, like, pressure does add an entertainment strand to it, but I don't really want that while I'm farming. I get enough of that with the worm without worrying about flying morons. Oh, that's my cue. How are we doing? Are we halfway yet? Yep, great. And I think this probably will be enough spice to get our refinery up. We may need to do more stravinium for plast. Some weird shading. Is that the sunset? Is. And I think if we end up with my second carryall and second sandcrawler, we'll be doing some fun shenanigans with that, seeing as it's effectively going to be a backup sand. Oh my god! Don't die! God damn it! Whew! That was really lucky we didn't just lose everything. That actually went underneath us. Yeah, so we're gonna have a spare sand crawler and carrier, so we can be a bit more reckless with them next week. I'm super fucking nervous now. Not gonna lie, we should have died then. Oof, bit of unexpected worm riding going on, even before they put it in game. I'm not a big fan of the Jaws music that plays either. Like this is nice, the kind of crescendo and stuff like that, but dun 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 dun, nah. Could do without it really. Right, let's see. So is this guy just gonna do like a Yui and then just come straight back? Because that's what he seems to be doing at this patch. Let's watch. So the worm sign's gone. Clearly he hasn't. Yeah, here he comes back round. Is he gonna go straight across the patch again? Yeah. There he goes. Well, that definitely would have killed us if we were stood there. You going away now? Yeah, good enough. Yeah, that was a little bit terrifying. And I actually prefer compacting sand because it's like, especially if you're doing it solo, it's it's kind of a little bit more exciting than sand crawling, which essentially is just driving in circles. I know this is just shooting the ground and picking shit up, but you know that the worm is definitely coming relatively quickly when you're doing compacting. Right, let's again cherry pick some of the denser patches. I shouldn't really run on the sand, but hey, I do. I'm just used to doing that. The worm's being attracted to rhythmic vibration, and running causing more than walking. I should probably be doing this, going around like this, but I'm not sure this actually generates less sound than just walking. Or I should say normal movement, because this is walking. And this seems to generate even more. I better turn it off, otherwise I'll be wondering why I'm so slow running back to my thopter. Hello! Okay. Getting there. 3 quarters full. So this would be almost 200 melange in the top level refiner. It will be significantly less in the tier 2 refiner, but hopefully will get us most of the way towards what we need. And then I think we'll check Aero again, see if we can get some more money, clear out the Harco vendor, potentially. We'll take the money that we've got here with us. No! Wow. Yeah, okay, like, he is definitely keen to get a taste of my character. Are we going away now? I need to be really careful with that. I still haven't quite worked out what the formula for worm aggro is. There definitely seems to be a amount of aggro in the equation. Amount of time is part of the equation too. Frequency of aggro. Movement, vibration, volume of vibration. All seem to play a factor. I mean, we saw how quickly, with 2 of us on the sand, even compacting the same amount that I was doing just now, drew the worm extremely quickly. You know what, we may just end up going to that other patch to get the last 500. It seems a little bit wasteful though. As long as we're picking up about 500 per, I'm kind of happy with that as a rate. Okay. So we're going to wait for him to come back round again, because he's cheeky. Cheeky and apparently very hungry. Oh, course, now I'm hungry. I've said hunger. Dope. Don't even think I've got any snacks. Which is probably just as well. Oh, yeah. Waiting for him to come back round is a thing that I said. Jeez. Okay. So, I'm pretty confident he ain't coming back for a third. So we'll get back to it. Oh, power pack broke. That's okay, we've got another. I have to say, I am not going to miss this particular worm. He definitely seems to be out for blood. After doing a full yoga stretch there. Okay. Please. Please, please don't rubber band me to death. Okay, it's a bit more. Let's go over here. So generally speaking, the depth of color does denote the density of the spice. However, sometimes you can get like a really good compact out of what seems to be almost clear. But generally speaking, the deeper the purple, the more good stuff. We are starting to get towards the end of this field, and we're almost full, so we just need a little bit more. Maybe, yeah, I think we are going to get most of this patch. So it looks like, essentially, without doing the absolute dregs, it's 1 medium per salt. How are we looking? 50 more volume. This is feeling like the dregs already. And because we are using a Mark 6 compactor instead of a Mark 5, we are going to be paying Spice to repair it. But I think it's worth it for the extra yields, to be honest. Look at all of this compacting that we've done, and the worm hasn't come back once. Like I say, it's kind of weird. I think also, like, time that players spend on the sand is a factor too. So because we've been flying from spot to spot, we've essentially probably been resetting some hidden timer somewhere. Okay, that's that full. Just need to fill ourselves up now. And I suspect we'll be making our first large storage. Although, that's plast, so we won't be doing that immediately. We do want to get the large refinery up first. See if we can fill it up on this edge.
Sector weather. A large sandstorm.
Okay, we'll leave in 1 minute. It's kind of weird how some weather reports give you like a 6-minute warning, some give you like a 2-minute. I guess it depends which side it's coming from. Like if it starts off the map, then probably less time. So close. Now, a less reputable person, when they found that other guy harvesting that,
Sector weather alert. A large
that's
sandstorm is approaching.
playing our song, that was using the assault in the PvP place near our base, would have tasted the player, popped open the storage on their assault, and then transferred it all to, like, their own vehicle. But that is not how we roll here. So good haul, lots of sandy sand, should hopefully be enough to get us our large refiner up and running. I do really want to replace the booster and the generator on this to be Mark 6, because everything else is, and like that would be good. But I do want to get the refiner up first. Like it's a nice to have rather than a gonna particularly increase the rate at which we progress, whereas the refiner will. That's gonna change the game in terms of getting the melange together we need for our last vehicles. I do kind of want to get the last benches up, so I'm thinking either, yeah, looking at how long we've been live, I think probably tomorrow we'll finish off all of the buildings, but I do want to get our spice refiner up today in this session. We are going to need flour sand, so there's going to be a little bit more compacting coming. Apologies for the excessive compacting, but that's part of the challenge. You've got to go and get the stuff you need. I could go and fly back to Hagga and take a couple of thousand that I've got in storage, but that's not what this week's about. So I'm kind of scanning for a flour sand patch, because we're going to need one. Hopefully we didn't spend the full 50 minutes out there on the sand, and we can get this sand cooking before the next water influx. Doesn't feel like we were that long, but it's very easy to kind of lose track of time on the sands. Whoops. Hey, happy feet. Alright, we're definitely not going to have enough space for all of this. Like, I already know that. Or, not in this one container. Yep, that's full already. That's half full. And that's full. And I can go in here as well. Okay, so let's just check how much we got, because we also don't want to overproduce melange. This thing here. We need 286. which is 280 of 28 of these, so we can do all 19. We are going to need a little bit more sand, which is fine. Let's turn the rest of this water into plast. See how long we've got left on the bodies. That's pretty good. So we want this flower sand. Is this storm going to hit us? No, it's not. Great. So we used up all the water. We're getting onto this, which is good. Okay, so flower sand. How are we actually doing for plast? We're going to need quite a lot more. 257. And we've got... Okay, so we're going to need more stravinium and more titanium as well. But let's get the flower sand going, not with the scout. Whoops. What am I doing? This. Nope. My brain is already starting to give up on me. Can't blame it. God damn it. This here. Thank you. So we are kind of going out blind looking for flower sand, which may take a bit of time. That bloom looks pretty close. We'll head that way. Oh, I see flower sand. There we go. We won't need a huge amount of this to finish off the last of the spice refiners, but we will need a little bit. I also need to repair this, like, soon. I'll probably use the destruction here and then repair it. That looks close. It's very hard to judge distances over the dunes. I'm sure intentionally. This stuff, thankfully, is very light. I guess unsurprisingly, things that gets turned into silicon blocks, but it means you can load up on it pretty quickly. Like we probably didn't need to bring the assault, but why not? Seeing as we've got it. I think I just missed the ground again. Yeah. See that worm sign? It's not coming for us, but it could patrol this way. Okay. So we've probably nearly already gone up already, but let's see. Like 3,000 should do us plenty. Should be fine. Look, he wasn't even that aggroed. He was just vaguely annoyed. Not like the guy we found on the spice sands. He was most definitely not happy. It was funny, someone was asking in the stream if there was plans to make the harvester, the sand crawler, adapt to use flower sand. And the lead designer was like, nope, you need to get out there and risk it on the sands. I thought it was kind of funny. Actually, it was really good to see some of the people behind the curtain from the FunCon team. They seemed like a good group. Alex seemed like he might have fallen into a bit of flower sand himself, as it were, before the thing. Very high energy. But I really liked the game director was a little serious, considering he's, you know, making an entertainment, making a toy, effectively. But seemed like a decent chap, and the creative design, I think it was, or something like that, the guy that was in the middle, he seemed like a really good fellow. And good sense of humour and all that lot, which is kind of what you want from your entertainment makers. Okay, last one. We'll just cut this back. I don't think these use a massive amount of water, but because we are going to be producing such a large amount of it, it will account for some of our water drain. What did I say? Stravidium we needed. I'm not sure we've actually got enough aetherite either. So maybe we do a Stravidium aetherite run. Don't head to the marker, head to the base. Yeah, I think that's real close. Yeah, we may go and check that out. Because we're going to need another 9 more processes. Yeah, processes in the medium spice to get enough melange. Maybe a little bit more because we need to repair this compactor. Oops, wrong button. In fact, let's do that now. Yes, 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 yes. You know what? I don't want my knife to break at the bad moment. So yes. Raw processed. We'll tee up a little bit of this. Yeah, just use up the last of the water. Right, so this needs, call it 220 cobalt. We've got 200, so we are going to need a little bit more aetherite. I think we're good for flower sand. We have melange on the go, but we're going to need a bit more. And we're going to need more Stravinium? Yeah, Stravinium. Let me just double check. Yeah, we are out. So, Aetherite Cave and Stravinium, I think, is probably next port of call, and they're both in the same kind of area, so that's handy. We'll go and do the cave in, is it F8E9? Yeah, E9. And then we'll swing up to, there's a station here somewhere that has a lot of stuff in it. That was me landing. Whoops. F8, apparently. Yep, so we'll head there afterwards. And I think, yeah, with this aetherite cave will be the end of the aetherite we need for this last machine, or last spice machine, I should say. And maybe even enough Stravinium as well. We'll do both in one haul, because I don't think the aetherite weighs a huge amount, even when you harvest the whole cave. Probably not even half. We are sort of passing through a lootable cave, I think. It's in E7. Yeah. I would not recommend stopping in these caves whilst you're in an assault. Because, excuse me, because it leaves it very vulnerable. But we're going to do it anyway. Now we know the schematics are going to be recyclable in the Chapter 3 update. We may as well grab as many as we can, even if we don't want to use them directly. Circuit gauntlets are not bad. The rest of this is garbage. So even in that amount of time that I was in that cave, if I was using the source of power and a lasgun without any perks, it would still be sufficient to sufficient time to burn out the chassis. Even though that was a really quick in and out, it literally takes a few seconds. The source of power is a mentat skill that essentially gives you infinite energy whilst it's down. So what's that, 20 seconds? So yeah, in 20 seconds you can burn through a chassis. And the reason the chassis is targeted is you cannot take off with a broken chassis. I don't think you can with a broken cockpit either, but certainly the chassis, and it can't be repaired using a welding torch. So if your chassis is burnt out, you have to come and strip it down, or bring it, yeah, you have to strip it down and either bring a new chassis with you or fly all the parts, excluding the chassis, away. The most sensible thing to do is to bring a chassis with you, strip it down, re-equip it on the new chassis, and leave the new chassis out there to burn. Well, actually you kind of want to pack it up and then drop it. Otherwise it counts against your vehicles, I think. So, Aetheryte Cave should be that rock formation there. Given the fact that we're end of a row, excuse me, I think we're going to use the far entrance. People are probably going to come from the direction that we came from. So if we park it in here, we're less likely to be spotted. It is a bit of a risk jamming something in like this. If you need to get away in a hurry, it's not going to happen, right? Going to scratch a lot of the paintwork coming out of there in a hurry. Excuse me. Try not to cough on mic. I need a shortcut for mute on my microphone. There probably is one in OBS, I've just never needed it, so I haven't looked. That was a sudden cut in music. Strange. Don't think I've had that before. Right, last node. Of course it's going to be a pain in the ass to do. Excellent. So that should be the last of the aetheryte we need for the refiner. Let's crunch our way out of here. Like a glove crunch. Like a crunchy glove. F7. This place is absolutely teeming with Stravinium. So how much volume does that use? So that's only 300, yeah, so if we just load up on Stravinium, we should be fine for Stravinium too. And it shouldn't take very long because the density out here is massive. That's the actual station entrance. We kind of want anywhere apart from there, really. Whoops. Yeah, look at all this. Loads. Right, let's make sure I'm not carrying anything. No, that's fine. Let's see how many of these nodes we can pick up in one go. I think 3? Yeah, 3. Good. And this is, again, taking more risk than you really need to do. You can very easily achieve exactly the same thing in A row currently, where it is no PvP. The density, frequency I should say, of the nodes is significantly lower, but you can't get shot at, so it would take longer, but that's all. It would only cost you a bit more time. Again, if I was doing this on a high pop server where I knew there was going to be aggressive Thopter pilots, I would be landing right next to the node and only harvesting underneath the tail, so that the tail can tank a few hits. I would also be putting my shield on every time I got outside of my Thopter. Although the shield lowers whilst you're actually using a cut array, obviously if you come under fire you can just stop using it and your shield will immediately turn back on. But I am a little bit lazy, a little bit reckless with such things in this game. We got one more around here. Whoop! Yep. Bye. Ah, that'll do. We'll just keep going around here looking for triples. We can pick that all up in one go. I do like the fact that the little mining deep analysis thing is much smaller on these high-end nodes than some of the lower-end stuff, so you can kind of farm really quickly and get away, which is great. I think that was a good call. Definitely helps to have a steadier hand than I do when you're doing these things, though. relaxing farming when you're not constantly coming under fire. Let's have a quick look and see how full we're looking. Probably not Bury, because, yeah, this stuff doesn't weigh very much. But this could well be the last Ravinium run we need. Going to be a bit more fastidious about picking up all the nodes, because it's going to take quite a bit to fill up our copter. I kind of wish Stravinium and Titanium weighed the same, so that you could just do it by weight, like one load of one Thopter storage full of Stravinium to 4 of Titanium would work out, but the ratios are just not like that. And I haven't mathed it out to work out how many Titanium versus one load of Stravinium you would need. Many, I think, is the answer. Imagine being some poor soul who's on his way out here to see the coming farm Stravinium and then finding it all gone. Oop. Crunchy scrape scrape. Can we have the radio? Let's have a bit of harvester radio.
Quick way of finding him. Yeah, the Titan's a massive beast.
So, what did you do?
We did it the slow way. Searched everywhere from the top down. That's the command deck, the mess, the crew deck, the crew lounges, the intake deck, the processing deck, the storage racks, shaft disposal. We even suited up and checked the flight deck. No easy feat in the edge of 2 hard-charging Coriolis fronts.
And what did you find?
Nothing. No one had seen Thorn anywhere. It was like he vanished in thin air.
Hours passed as the crew's anxiety grew with each tick of the clock. Then, in the early morning light, shift supervisor Lena Orlov made a gruesome discovery.
I found him. What was left of him, anyway. His body had been pulverized in the separator. I only knew it was him from the clotted tufts of blonde hair mixed into the stew of blood and bone.
Nice.
Crew Chief Thorn was dead. That was for certain. And the circumstances of his death were anything but clear. But what might have been written off as an accident at first soon began to look more and more suspicious.
This isn't supposed to be possible. The mechanical separator had a failsafe built in, a dead man switch to prevent this very thing from happening. Someone had to deliberately override that and multiple other safety features to cause this.
At that point, Captain Andahar Noah, the Sand Titan's capable leader, sent his call for help before launching his own investigation. And among the crew, one name quickly rose to the surface. Deckhand Rico Marr. After an anonymous report, Rico had been investigated for skimming unprocessed spice, an offense that led to a heated confrontation with Crew Chief Thorn. Tell me, Tessa, How did you come to be in the crew lounge when Thorn and Rico came to blows?
It was Captain Noah's Oath Day. I was passing through the lounge on my way to pick up the cake.
And what did you see when you got there?
Thorn and Rico going at it. Well, there was a lot of yelling at first, but it got physical quick. I mean, Rico was a big guy.
Going
but
at it can
Thorn-
mean one of two things, right?
Thorn knew how to fight and laid a
fighting.
beating on Rico. We separated them before it got too bad, but you can see for yourself. The holocam caught the last part.
Think you can humiliate me like this? I'll be shitting teeth for a month. Count yourself lucky, thief. In the old days, they would have fed you through the mechanical separator. I have no bloody idea how that got there. I've never seen that before. The incident had been diffused, for the time being. But the tension between Thorn and Rico was palpable. Was it enough to drive Rico Ma to murder? That's what I was working to find out.
I was shift supervisor in Chief Thorn's next rotation.
And how would you characterize Thorn's state of mind?
Thorn was worried. He didn't report the fight with Rico straight away, which is weird for such a straight arrow.
What happened next?
We don't know all the details, but holocam coverage tracked Rico to Thorn's cabin later the same night. There was some kind of second altercation.
Did Rico have an alibi for the time of Thorn's disappearance?
No, he didn't. He claimed he was in his quarters the whole time. But the storm front had closed in, and we were running dark. There was no way to confirm his location with the holocams.
So, with suspicions mounting against the deckhand, Captain Noah ordered Rico Ma to the brig.
And what we found next raised even more questions.
What am I looking at?
That's a mnemonic film wire containing a coded message to Thorn.
I knew exactly what it was, but I wanted to learn what the shift supervisor knew.
As far as we could tell, the code was based on old cipher used by Atreides signal intelligence.
The plot was thickening. Why was Thorn receiving secret messages from the Atreides? And why was that message in Rico's possession?
Indeed. Why? It's kind of cool they got a little murder mystery going on. They do add more stuff to the radio channels as they release more chapters. So actually there's probably a whole load of stuff that I haven't listened to on there. There is, what's the polite way of putting this? A wide variety of different things on the radio station. Some of them are more entertaining than others, I think is the nicest way I can put it. I will put a bit of Imperium Classics on because some of it just reminds me of Rick and Morty's human music. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, this one I think. Yep, that's the track. It sounds like human music. Yeah, I just can't. I just can't. So this is the soundtrack from the other Dune game that they did, Spice Wars. We'll have this on for a little bit. I haven't listened to much of it. Seems pretty chill. Right, now we have a boatload of Stravinium, which is great. So we can actually probably funnel most of that into our next water batch. That could be our next spice patch too. So it would be really nice to get the big spice refiner up on stream. I'm gonna have to do a little mapping there and work out how realistic that is. We're also going to have to do a significant remodel to fit that behemoth in in the base. Let's get a little closer and see. This is still vaguely the right direction. It looks like it's in PvE as well, so I expect it'll be busy. But we can check it. I do see one sign. So there's probably someone there. Definitely PvE though. Let's get right in and see if there's anyone in there. Yeah, we've already got someone in there. Oh, look, I do approve of their nice, neat harvesting pattern, though. Good for you, guy. It's a shame, because it's less than 4 kilometers away from base, but as we saw earlier, it's kind of not worth having 2 people on a medium. I think if both of them are running good worm rat reduction, I think it can work, but if either of them aren't, then it's annoying to farm. So we've got a flower sand, we've got aretherite, we've got a load of stravinium, we've already harvested a load of titanium, we've got a lot of spice on the go, but we definitely need a bit more sand to get the refiner up and running. I'm going to work out, so how many, I think it was 18 lots, so one more load in the assault would definitely be enough spice. The question is, how long does it take to process? Because if it's going to take hours to process, we'll let it finish off stream. But we can do a little bit of mapping and work it all out. So, aetherite goes in here. Actually, all of this goes in here, and it's not going to fit. Damn. Okay. This all kind of fits really nicely in. We can stick another one here. Or can we? No, we're actually out of aluminium. How much? 18? How much do we need? 18 plus 725. Yeah, that'll work. So we'll let that finish. How are we doing for water? Water's come in. Great. Let's kick that off. And I think we've already teed up all the spice, right? Yeah. How long is this 14 going to take? Yeah, okay, it's going to take a while. So we're going to probably let that tick overnight. And I'll probably top it up with some more off stream. We do need to use up this water, so let's yeah, let's do like 978. Nope. Let's just do 900 then. Actually, you know what? Let's be semi-efficient about this. How much do we need again for it? We need 200, 300-ish. So let's just make 300. And then we do need more cobalt. We'll just max that out. And then stravinium, and we're looking good. Actually, we can just do another 300 then. There we go. That was an easy way to spend however much water it was. And we'll stick the bodies on. Oh, it's so nice being able to pull a whole assault worth of bodies out of a location instead of just like 3 or 4. I will probably do some more buried treasure diving and try and get these last 2 lower tier death stills replaced, or at least one of them. We'll probably keep one around because we're trying to build one of every structure. So how did we do structure-wise? Well, we created the assault, which was huge. That's a massive kind of jump forward. We remodeled the base. We got essentially all of the materials bar a little bit of spice that we need for our large refiner. Yeah, we're definitely going to have enough cobalt. We're definitely going to have enough silicon. We probably are going to have enough plast. I may need to do one more run for titanium, but I think we'll probably be okay. And the spice, right, yeah, okay, so pull that 210, 350, and we need 500, so 150, which is 15 more, 15 times 750 is, so we need 11,250 more sand, so call it 11,000. That's less than an assault full. That's going to be easy. So I'll get all of that gathered up off stream, I think. Have we got anything else that we can actually just produce? Because it feels kind of weird finishing stream having not built a new thing. Let's build this. How much power have we got? Like none. Okay, let's build some more power. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. Can we build the spice generator? Ah, damn, we can't. We almost can, though. We only need 5. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll build the spice generator. I did want to build another storage, which is almost done. And we need 5 more plast. Is that all of the? Yeah, that's all of the aluminium. Aluminium actually refines faster, slower than plastanium, which is kind of odd. I think it's a hangover from the early access where aluminium was the highest tier. That music is not doing it for me, I'm afraid. Whoa, that's much nicer. We just need 1 more, right? 2 more. Okay. They take 30 seconds each, looks like. 20. So this will just stick the rest of whatever's in the assault, so it's empty, into as a temporary storage. We will start making some of these large ones, at least 1, but it does use 35 plast, and at the moment that's kind of a semi-big deal. We don't really want to be wasting it on that. Oops. There we go. Got a few more schematics to throw into here. This is going to fill up so quickly. Take them out. How are we doing for spice infused plast? Because we've used very little of it. We have 228 so far. We're so lucky getting those. Right, so 5 of these is going to take just a couple of minutes. And then we're going to build... Oh, we need more power. So, I think it was 150, right? 150, so we need another 2 of these things, which we do not have enough metal for, so let's grab some metal. Oh, that tree looks great through the window there. Yeah, 2 more. Let's not just jam them in anywhere, find an actual space for them. Really? Game, please? Please? I think we can move this over. Go on. Go on, go on. Yeah, there we go. I saw it. And then surely one here, right? Right, game? Okay. Then I guess one here. And then we're going to need to go and get power. I think 2 fuel cell nodes should be enough for the rest of the wipe. I do need to make a new scanning module for this war thing. It's been through the wars. Well, actually, ironically, it hasn't actually been through any wars at all. It's just been used a lot. Why am I so heavy already? Ah, metal. Don't need that. Should be a couple more nodes over here. Fuel those generators and then we can get our advanced fabricator online, and then we have progressed we got the last of the survival fabricators. It also gives me access to the higher tier filters for the large wind trap, which actually I think we've only got another day left on both our wind traps before we need to put new filters in. So maybe we treat ourselves to the top end filters. And anything we don't use we can put in the haul back to Hagga. I can't actually remember what materials the top filters need. I got a feeling it's duraluminum though, which is painful. We can actually go in here. Whoop! That was close. Just gonna mute myself a sec. So we just need to fuel these last 2 generators. Apparently I have loads of fuel. Okay. Yeah. Nope, not that one. Where was the other one? It's this one, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So we should have 150 spare, which means we can build a survival fabricator, the advanced one. Let's find a place for it. That box looks like it doesn't need to be taking up all that space. There's a advanced survival fabricator. God, we're gonna have to expand the base again. Yeah. Look at our production limit. Also realised we don't really need that extra power because we're gonna turn it off. But yes, survival fabricator is up. Next plan is to finish off the materials for this, and I will need to remodel. Let's go outside and I can just show you how monumentally huge this structure is. It's massive. Like you can barely even fit it all in frame. So we're gonna have to find somewhere to place that. And I'll have to have a think. I think probably off this way, maybe through this wall. We'll expand the base out this direction, make something out on that rocky outcrop. Sounds like a plan. So offline, out of stream, I will just go and gather a bit more resources so we're ready to build it and remodel a little bit. But that's been a good day 4. Thank you all for turning out to watch. I hope you can watch again tomorrow. We'll we're getting there. Though it doesn't feel like as much progress here, but it's because we're getting to the end game materials, which are requiring quite a lot. But we've successfully ramped up our ability to farm it faster using the assault. We've got the large ore refinery, which is more efficient. Once we finish processing the next bunch of spice, we'll be up to the last spice production, which actually in terms of the challenge means that we've just got this large refinery, the advanced garment fabricator, the advanced weapons fabricator, and I think we're done. Oh, and a spice generator. So those last few bits are actually going to come in really quickly. Oh, and a large storage box. You know what? Let's just, we do need space. Like, we're clearly running out of space, so let's have a storage box here. And we will use this for titanium and stravinium ore, seeing as we're kind of jumping out of the assault here anyway. So let's load up the ornithopter. And that also means that that second body storage in the body room, we can actually use 4 bodies. And I will make sure they're all topped up for tomorrow's stream so that we don't have to go and fill them up. I don't know if we'll get all of this in here. No, okay, so 2 trips. So that's all the storage containers made as well. So we finished the survival fabricators, we finished the storage modules. We're going to get the last spice refiner up next. So we're actually doing pretty well in terms of being on target to finish everything in the week. The vehicles are going to be more challenging. I will do another Aero station run off stream and buy out the vendor so that they're on the timers, so that we can get those rarer ingredients rather than having to worry about RNG from buried treasures. Let's move the last of this across. I have to find a use for that other container, but probably more spice sand, most likely. Okay, that's looking pretty full as well, but we will process most of that stravinium next water load, which actually I should take a look at because I've already forgotten. Yeah, okay, we just put it on. So, tomorrow we should have a large spice refiner up. We should also be looking at the last few structures and actually looking at some of the endgame vehicles, which wasn't initially part of this challenge, but because we're ahead of the curve, we may well do that. Hey, look at that. I could just make the advance. You know what? Let's do it. Let's make some more of the structures because it just checks them off the list. Space. Where to put them? Yeah. Oh, we can put them down here. This is fine. Doesn't feel shoehorned in, at least. So there's our... yeah, we are at the production limit. Well, that's probably just as well, because we're also out of plast and silicon blocks. We can turn this one off, though. But that's another 2, so we've literally, out of this menu here, we've only got the weapons one to go, which, actually, we're already pretty close to making. I will build some more base expansion just to increase our production limit. And we're definitely going to need to get a spice power generator online. Which, again, we're not a million miles off already, so that's great. Tomorrow, I think we should be able to finish the challenge, which would be awesome. So, thanks again all for joining, and I will be on about the same sort of time tomorrow. Have a good rest of your evening, enjoy your Friday, and I'll see you next time. Bye.